The hour of 7 o'clock having arrived, I'm going to call the meeting to order. The clerk will call the roll.
Peters. Peters here. Ratcliffe. Ratcliffe here. Rip. Rip here. Ritt. Ritt absent. Rusk. Rusk here. Saloff. Saloff absent. Shower. Shower here. Schwellenbach. Schwellenbach here. Stubbs. Stubbs here. Veldren. Veldren here. Wegleitner. Wegleitner here. Young. Young here. Baird. Baird here. Bollig. Bollig here. Buckingham. Buckingham here. Chavla. Chavla here. Chenoweth. Chenoweth here. Clausius. Clausius here. Danner. Danner here. Downing. Downing here. Eicher. Eicher here. Erickson. Erickson here. Jones. Jones absent. Kiefer. Kiefer here. Kilmer. Kilmer here. Knoll. Knoll here. Krause. Krause here. Kuhn. Kuhn here. Levin. Levin here. McCarville. McCarville here. Miles. Miles here. Nelson. Nelson here. Nguyen Hilfiger. Nguyen Hilfiger absent. Corrigan.
Here.
Corrigan here.
30 supervisors are present. We have a quorum. Supervisors Ritt, Nguyen Hilfiger, and Jones had indicated that they would not be able to join us this evening. Let me see about this here. Tonight, our prayer inspirational message will be from Supervisor Peters.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When searching for the right inspirational message for today's session, I quickly came to realize that this week is particularly rich in significant and inspirational historical events. So forgive me as my list is kind of or my message is more of a brief list of inspirational things. I'll start with kind of the global. Today is the 75th anniversary of the D-Day invasion of occupied France. I find myself inspired by the sacrifices made by our parents and grandparents, and thinking of some of us here, probably great-grandparents of those of us here in this room. I just draw inspiration from their ability to stare down the worst that humanity had to offer and do what needed to be done in the face of incredible odds. Today is also 5 years since Wisconsin's marriage ban was held to be unconstitutional, and the Herculean effort undertaken by our clerk, his staff, and really a lot of people here at the City County building to facilitate long-held dreams of so many in our community. I'm inspired by the progress we've made. I'm inspired by the fairness we strive for and what it represents. And most of all, I'm inspired to live in a community that understands that love is love. I'm also completely and insanely inspired to be part of a body that on Tuesday, on the 100th anniversary of Congress approving the 19th Amendment, no less, finally achieved gender parity with the election of our 3 new colleagues. More over there. I see you. I'm so proud of all their hard work and excited and inspired to sit on a board that's beginning to look a lot more like the county that it actually represents. With that, I ask you to join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Supervisor Peters. I'm going to make one comment right now. That Karen had just mentioned that we have to speak right into our mics. It's hard to hear for some reason this evening in the room, so we have to, usually it picks up better, but tonight it's not. So we have a number of things on our agenda this evening, and some very special annual events that we're celebrating tonight. The first is our 2019-2020 Youth Governance Participant Pinning, and Jess Calkins and Connie will come forward and do the pinning. Wait just a second, I'm heading there. There you go.
Welcome, everyone. My name is Connie Betton, and I'm the Prevention Services Manager with Dane County Human Services here tonight on behalf of Sean Tessman.
And I'm Jess Guffey-Calkins. I work at Extension Dane County in Community Food Systems and Youth Development.
So the Youth Governance Program is a year-long program. It was created by Dane County Board Supervisors, the Youth Commission, and UW Extension several years ago, and it continues to be administered as a partnership between those groups. And it's an effort so that young people have an opportunity to learn about local government. And we heard many testimonies at the recognition ceremony that that is indeed the case, while bringing their voice to the county board. And during that reception, we honored the youth who have completed their terms this past year as representatives. They received a certificate of recognition. So we'd like to again congratulate them for a job well done and a successful year with a round of applause.
We have the distinct honor tonight of introducing the 12 youth selected for the 2019 cohort of the Youth Governance Program. These young people are all mature, talented, and engaged citizens of the county, and we look forward to the great things they will do. Youth members, when we call your name, please step forward to receive your official Dane County Board of Supervisors pin from Connie. And after you receive your pin, you'll be standing up here, and we ask everyone to just please hold your applause until the whole youth is up here and we'll recognize them. So Julia Amon will be a junior at Madison West High School and will be serving on the Zoning and Land Regulation Committee. Purbu Bhuti will be a junior at Madison West High School and will be serving on the Public Works and Transportation Committee. Cyrus Burlin will be a senior at Madison West High School and will be serving on the Park Commission. Lamiz El Hassan will be a senior at Madison West High School and will be serving on the Environment, Agriculture, and Natural Resources Committee. Annika Ofsted will be a senior at Madison West High School and serving on the Public Protection and Judiciary Committee. Aileen Gomez will be a senior at Sun Prairie High School and will be serving on the Dane County Food Council. I believe Aileen is not joining us tonight. Melody Herr will be a senior at Sun Prairie High School and will be serving on the Personnel and Finance Committee. Joshua Jurisha will be a senior at Edgewood High School and will be serving on the Environment, Agriculture, and Natural Resources Committee. I think it's actually Health and Human Needs. That's my fault. Okay. Sophia Johansson will be a senior at Madison West High School and will be serving on the Public Protection and Judiciary Committee. Erica Portillo will be a senior at Madison West High School and will be serving on the UW Extension Committee. Alexandra Stekalis will be a sophomore at Belleville High School and will be serving on the Health and Human Needs Committee. And Ryan Witz will be a senior at Edgewood High School, serving on the Health and Human Needs Committee, and he was unable to attend tonight. So just give a warm welcome, and please join me in congratulating these outstanding young people of Dane County.
Thank you both, Jess and Connie. And welcome to all our new YGP members. Next on our agenda is Resolution 64, recognizing June 15th as World Elder Abuse Awareness Day in Dane County. Supervisor McCarville.
Good evening, everyone. So first of all, I would just like to say, with recognition of Elder Abuse Week, to give your mothers and fathers a call. If you don't have a mother and father anymore, if they passed on, give somebody else's mother or father a call. Make sure they're doing okay. My mom lives out of town. I appreciate if neighbors look in on them. And I'll look in on somebody else's mom or dad if they're my neighbor or friend. So with that, thank you all for the hard work that you do. So Resolution 064, recognizing June 15, 2019 as World Elder Abuse Awareness Day in Dane County. Whereas every year, more than 2 million disabled and elderly citizens are victims of physical, emotional, sexual abuse and neglect, and financial exploitation, and they are denied many of their rights. And whereas Older persons in our community have the right to be protected under the law from financial, physical, emotional, and sexual abuse, as well as neglect and self-neglect. And whereas in 2017, there were 8,469 reports of abuse relating to elderly citizens in the state of Wisconsin. And whereas in 2018 in Dane County, Wisconsin, 479 reports of elder abuse were investigated, and in knowing there are situations relating to vulnerable adults that remain unreported. And whereas the issue of elder abuse prevention requires continual community awareness and education, and whereas the Dane County Department of Human Services Adult Protective Services Unit investigates reports of elder abuse and neglect in the community, and also works to increase public awareness to prevent elder abuse in our communities. And whereas the Dane County District Attorney's Office is charged with prosecuting cases of elder abuse and neglect, as well as providing advocacy and assistance with claims for restitution. And whereas the Dane County Sheriff Office and local law enforcement agencies provide safety for victims, investigate allegations, and arrest alleged offenders of elder abuse and neglect. And whereas all citizens should be aware and educated about elder abuse prevention, and all members of the community, especially those most vulnerable, should be able to live safe and secure lives without fear of neglect, pain, or exploitation. And whereas elder abuse and neglect should not be ignored nor tolerated, now therefore be it resolved that June 15, 2019 be recognized as World Elder Abuse.
Moved by McCarville, seconded by Young. All those in favor say aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the resolution is approved.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dane County Board of Supervisors, Ms. Marie McCarville, and Ms. Haley Young for tonight's recognition of the significance of elder abuse and neglect in our community. We appreciate you recognizing the important work of Dane County Adult Protective Services and our many partners in preventing and responding to elder abuse. World Elder Abuse Awareness seeks to educate citizens about the signs of physical and emotional abuse, financial exploitation, neglect, and self-neglect. It also provides helpful information about who can directly assist and support victims. Please know that all the local agencies and professionals who work with elder abuse victims appreciate your support. Thank you on behalf of all victims of abuse. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, did you want to, Todd, if you want to come up here and get a picture, you can do that. Thank you all. Next on our agenda is Resolution 71, recognizing the 30th annual celebration of Juneteenth in Dane County. Supervisor Stubbs.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And the resolution reads as follows. Whereas Juneteenth is a historical event that provides an opportunity to highlight the contributions of African Americans to the United States, it is also an opportunity to unite the community in a positive celebration of culture through dance, through music, through storytelling, through drama, and other visual presentations. And whereas Juneteenth is one of the only events in the total dedicated to African Americans experienced locally and across the nation. Black America influenced 90 to 100% of mainstream American culture, including music, movies, literature, language, fashion, and finance, to name a few. And whereas Juneteenth is a celebration that highlights the adversity, the intellect, the talents, the skills, the contributions of African Americans to this community and to communities worldwide. Whereas Annie Weatherby Flowers founded Madison Juneteenth festivals 30 years ago, and since then the festival has grown in size and time and an influence in the community. And there are countless hours of planning, organizing, community building, and through putting out celebrations every year. And whereas Annie's vision, her leadership, and her passion for making the event a success should be embraced and celebrated by all. Now therefore, be it resolved, the Dane County Board of Supervisors recognizes the importance of Juneteenth in Dane County and further recognizes the contributions of all who make the annual celebration a success. Be it finally resolved that a copy of this resolution be presented to Ms. Annie Weatherby Flowers in recognition of her 30 years of leadership and commitment to the celebration of Juneteenth in Dane County. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Moved by Stubbs, seconded by Kuhn. All those in favor say aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the resolution is approved.
Thank you. Miss Annie B. Weatherhains is not here right now. She is en route, Ms. Flowers, and so I asked one of our elders in our village here in Madison, the longest-serving branch NAACP president, who happens to be my mom, Elder Linda Hoskins, if she would stand and receive this very honorable recognition to Miss Annie B. Flowers, and she is actually retiring after 30 years of commitment to our Juneteenth. Our Juneteenth here in Madison is the longest-serving Juneteenth in the United States. So she deserves a great round of applause from our county. She's going to see it. Absolutely. We should be standing for Miss Weatherby Flowers. We love her so much in Dane County. She will be having some events throughout the rest of the city of Madison. There will be an event at the Capitol. Please keep your calendars available. We'll send you those dates as she finalizes. But I think our elder in our village has a couple of words very quickly to say in honor of Juneteenth.
Good evening. On behalf of Sister Flowers and the Juneteenth Committee, I thank you all for giving her this certificate. And I know that it is well-deserved, and this will be a jewel to Sister Flowers. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on our agenda is announcements and upcoming events and introductions. And I know there are a number of important introductions this evening, and I just want to remind everyone that a brief description of it so that people know what it is they're signing on to, but it's not the time to debate it. We'll get a chance to debate the important resolutions when they're before our committees and back before us. So on announcements, Supervisor Eicher.
Thank you, Chair Corrigan. Tonight, my Parks Commission colleague, Supervisor Rip, and I are introducing a resolution that dedicates Lake Farm County Park as the William G. Lunny Lake Farm County Park. If you know Dane County Parks, you know it's Bill Lunny's significance. I am proud to call Bill a neighbor, and I think it would be wonderful if every single one of us would be able to sign on to this great honor for Bill.
Thank you, Supervisor Eicher. Next is Supervisor Wegleitner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Supervisors Chavla and Kilmer and I tonight are introducing two pieces of legislation that relate to the debate that we'll be having later tonight as well about the county jail. The first is a resolution in support of to initiate a community alternative plan for housing, health care, and decarceration. This would expand the Criminal Justice Council with 5 new voting members from the community in accordance with the recommendation from the Resolution 556 report, and then charge the Criminal Justice Council with creating a decarceration plan over the period of 1 year to reduce our jail population by 350 people, and allocate $10 million to address, commit $10 million to address imminent health and safety needs in the jail facility on the 6th and 7th floor of the City County building. It also calls for the plan to pursue and evaluate recommendations for many things that have already been recommended to us and to expand successful programs like our community restorative court. This also would include planning for 350 permanent supportive housing units within 5 years. So I hope you will sign on to this community alternative plan. And in addition, there's a corresponding ordinance amendment that would amend Chapter 15 to provide for those additions to the Criminal Justice Council. That means that there would be an additional 3 persons who have been directly impacted by the criminal justice system, at least one of whom is a person of color who's been previously incarcerated, and 2 persons with expertise in behavioral health. So I'll be circulating these, and I hope you'll sign on tonight.
Thank you, Supervisor Wegleitner. Supervisor Baird.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm introducing a proposal tonight entitled Dane County Criminal Justice System Improvement, lead sponsored by myself and Supervisor Sheila Stubbs, and also co-sponsored by Supervisor Chair Corrigan and Supervisor Buckingham. It also deals with, not really actually the specifics of the deal, it deals with decreasing our jail population specifically. The one statistic I will quickly say is that in the last decade, we have reduced our jail population by more than 40%. It's a good start. It's not enough. This keeps us moving forward. There's a handful of specifics. I'm going to mention 3 of them, actually maybe 4. One is a bail study is proposed in here. We did a great initial review of bail and found that 81% of individuals that come before the criminal judges are not assessed bail. So this is the second follow-up. That number is very high. 81% are released or put on electronic monitoring. But the 19%, we want to dig deeper and have an understanding of who are those 19% and what is happening to them when they are being assessed bail. We're authoring a study to look at that, program evaluation dollars, to specifically look at that. The second piece is to have a general review of our specialty courts, our drug courts. We have, what do we have? We have Veterans Court, OWI Court, and to get a better understanding of why those courts aren't dealing with as many people of color as it should, that the disproportionality of people of color in our criminal justice system are not funneling appropriately through into our specialty courts. So we want an evaluation of how can they be different, how can they be more successful, are there different courts that we should have? The third is to continue with the leadership of Supervisor Stubbs, the expansion of the Community Restorative Court outside the city of Madison, working with all of our other partner cities, Middleton, Sun Prairie, Fitchburg, etc., to get them on board so that we can expand the Community Restorative Court. And the fourth big thing worth mentioning is that we have already funded a stress test, and the result of the stress test of our entire criminal justice system is coming out soon. This request will make the results public in a public meeting with all of county board members so that we can all learn about it, all contribute to the conversation. So I hope you'll join all of us in supporting this important resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Baird. I'm trying to get the microphones to work. Just a moment. Yes, parliamentary inquiry.
I believe the chair had instructed that this time was not for debate, but was rather only for brief introduction, and I'm making inquiry as to whether or not that is in fact the rule that the chair is going to enforce.
The past 2 individual supervisors were describing what was in their resolution. I would appreciate if we did it more briefly, but they were not debating it. So I appreciate your comment. But I also appreciate the fact that we need to keep our descriptions brief so that we can get on with the business of the evening, and we'll have time to fully investigate these later. Thank you, Supervisor. Next up is Supervisor Saloff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Pardon me, I'm a little hoarse, but I wanted to let you all know that it is cardiopulmonary resuscitation and AED, automatic electronic defibrillation, part of my hoarseness, Awareness Week. Every day, our first responders are called out to reports of pulseless non-breathers who have suffered cardiac arrest. This remains the leading cause of death in the United States, so knowing what to do when a family member, a friend, or someone near you collapses and stops breathing is incredibly important to their survival. We encourage everyone to become comfortable or at least familiar with providing hands-only CPR and to become aware of AEDs that are available near you at all times, starting compressions immediately after arrest, and if possible, locating an AED will significantly impact the likelihood of survival with a positive neurological outcome. I'm addressing all of you and to the TV, so please listen up. It's one more paragraph, and then I've got something to pass out. Dane County proudly supports a service called Pulse Point. Pulse Point is an app that will alert bystanders if a cardiac arrest occurs in a public location nearby and will direct them to any AED along the way. Yesterday, we celebrated a survivor whose cardiac arrest sent Pulse Point notifications to responders who were able to aid the life-saving efforts already taking place, and this was a young person of 28 years old. This app has already proven, and she survived, and she's 100% restored as a result of this Pulse Point application. The app has already proven to be a critical life-saving element, and we are excited to see its presence grow in our county. To sum it up, I encourage everyone to become more aware of public AEDs, learn CPR, and download the Pulse Point app. With these tools, anyone is capable of becoming an everyday hero. I have cards, and I'm gonna that just tells you about Pulse Point and how to hook up to it. I'm gonna pass them out to everybody.
Thank you, Supervisor
Thank you,
Salo.
Madam.
Next is Supervisor Chavla.
Hi, everyone. I wanted to invite you this weekend to District 6. We're kicking off our festival season with the Marquette Waterfront Fest. It's always a good time. Dane Arts and Cultural Affairs Commission is going to have a table there so you can bring your kids for some face painting and some fun. And we'll have some Forward Madison FC soccer players there. So we also have the Fête de Marquette Atwood Fest, which is my favorite. I get to DJ there with my kid, Orton Park Fest, and Willie Street Fair. And I just wanted to let everyone know all the money that we raise at these festivals goes directly back into the community. So tens of thousands of dollars go into really worthwhile programs to really build up our communities. So all the money that you spend there is being used for good cause. So I hope to see you all this weekend and throughout the summer. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Next up is Supervisor Downing. Wait a minute.
This is now working. Okay, well, later tonight, we're going to be dealing with a difficult situation, and I have a resolution here to address the cause of that. Basically, 25 years ago, we commissioned a public safety building that was supposed to be able to hold 2 additional floors. And lo and behold, we've now learned that it can't. I've felt that the engineer and/or his insurer should bear some responsibility for that. And with this resolution, I'm asking our legal team to explore that and report back to us. Please sign on.
Thank you, Supervisor Downing. Next up is Supervisor Krause.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to note the arrival of Ann Weatherby Flowers. I've had the pleasure of being able to work with her in the community over a number of years, and I would like to ask to suspend the rules for a moment to ask her to talk about Juneteenth Day coming up on the 15th at Penn Park.
Thank you, Supervisor Krause. I've already spoken with her, and she's going to have the opportunity after we finish announcements.
Excellent, thank you.
Supervisor Stubbs.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a really exciting announcement I'd like to share with everyone. The witnessing of the unveiling of the 19th Amendment, the original amendment, on Monday, June 10th, at the State Capitol from 12 to 1. There will be a program that includes our First Lady, Kathy Evers, our Honorable Supreme Court Justice Ann Walsh Bradley, and our former Lieutenant Governor Rebecca Clayfish. We're asking everyone to wear their suffrage white. The unveiling is really important because The 19th Amendment allowed women the right to vote. But many of you know not all women actually voted because they did not have that opportunity. And I am one of those independent children of a person who was denied. People of color, black women, were not allowed to vote. And so it is my honor to stand with our First Lady, Kathy Evers, to invite each of you to your state capitol. From 1 to 3, please join all of the legislators, all the women of the 104th Assembly Legislative Session for a public reception. And also from 11 to 3, you can take a photo near the Ford statue on the top of State Street. Again, from 11 to 3, and from 12 until 10 p.m. One opportunity of a lifetime to see the actual original amendment. And there will be suffrage artifacts on display at the Capitol in the Rotunda. We're inviting each of you to please come to your state capitol and celebrate 100 years to allow women the right to vote. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Stubbs. Any further announcements? Seeing none, as was mentioned, Annie Weatherby Flowers has arrived. She was delayed getting here.
Thank you. Thank you. Actually, I was at the chair in the planning meeting for Juneteenth, and I raced here from the water utility, and there is no place to park. So I've been driving around, and so thank you. I said, well, maybe some people are late, and they didn't start on time. You know how you do with quorum, but it's a full house. I'd like to say thank you on behalf of Kujichagulia Madison Center for Self-Determination for this opportunity to be recognized and get this proclamation. I've been involved in Juneteenth Day in Madison since it was a conversation over lunch, and that's been 30 years ago. This is our 30th annual Juneteenth Day celebration here in Madison. In 2009, it became a state holiday. And so we've been looking at sustainability. So last year, we took on the title of Black Resilience, and Black Resilience is the ability to get support from community, be able to be buoyant, and to bounce back with support. And so this year, we're kicking off June 15th with the outdoor celebration. We have a major headliner, David Banner, who was a rapper, now he's a social activist, who's going to come and hang out with us at Penn Park. Sunday, then the churches do Black Resilience and Faith, because the church was a significant piece in our history. Monday, Justified Anger, we're going to do an event there talking about the start of resilience in the Reconstruction. So look at how, you know, the things that we are struggling with, you know, police issues, racism, segregation, kind of started, took on a new face in Reconstruction. And then Wednesday, we're going to have a Juneteenth Day, which is the actual holiday. Our Representative Sheila Stubbs, we're going to be at the Capitol at noon. We're going to have our first annual gala. It's called Afropolitan. So I encourage you, it's at the concourse. The Common Supporters, the first fundraiser that we're going to institute. I am trying to replace myself and just be a board member and not somebody who's doing everything. So I tried to hire somebody. She said, no, I can't do what you do. I don't have enough time. But I think in terms of the dedication and the commitment to our community, I would like to see our political folks really get involved. Sometimes they say because African Americans in Dane County don't vote, but sometimes they don't have the relationships. And we are very relational folks, so you got to interact. We got to see you. We got to know you. And so take a moment and buy a ticket, $50. If you don't, sponsor a table, and I can get some young people from Allied Drive or someplace to come. But I do appreciate that, and I want to say thank you, and Harambe, let's pull together.
Thank you very much. Next on our agenda is approval of payments. Is there a motion on the bills over $10,000 referred to the county boards? Moved by Miles, seconded by Nelson. Is there discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the bills are approved. Under D, claims recommended for denial, we have claims D1 to D7. Is there a motion on the claims recommended for denial? Moved by Krause, seconded by Schwellenbach, to deny these claims. Is there discussion? Seeing none on D1 to D7, oh, I'm sorry, Supervisor Ripp.
I just want to be listed as voting no on number 5.
On number 5, okay. On claims D1 to D7, the motion to deny these claims, all those in favor of that motion say aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it, and those claims are denied. On approval of county board minutes, item E, the minutes of the May 16th county board meeting, is there a motion? Moved by Iker, seconded by Baird. Are there additions or corrections to the minutes? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it, and those minutes are approved. Under consent calendar, item F, we have items F1 to F19. Are there any requests for separation? Seeing none, on items F1 to F9, oh, I'm sorry, Supervisor Wegleitner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to be recorded as voting no on F16.
F16?
F16.
And actually, I should make sure that we don't have any registrations on that, too. So if you could give me a moment to, if staff, do we have, Lila, could you walk out and make sure we don't have any registrations on, and, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna take item F16 just to separate it in the event that we have registrations. We did at another meeting, so I want to make sure. So items F1 to F15 and items F17 to F19. Is there discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it, and those items are approved. I'll come back to F16 when we... So the next item on the agenda is reports on zoning petitions. We have items H1 to H9. Are there any requests for separation? Supervisor Bollig.
Chair Corrigan, I'd like to separate petition number 11,408.
So that is H3?
Yes, H3.
Okay, we will separate H3 and do that after we do the others. So on H1 and H2 and H4 to H9, what's before us is the recommendation of the committee. Are there any, is there discussion on those items? Seeing none on H1 and H2, H4 to H9, all those in favor of the recommendation of the committee say aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it, and those items are approved. On H3, petition to rezone 11408. Supervisor Bollig.
Thank you again, Chair Corrigan. The petitioner had this application approved at a previous meeting and then realized that the septic system was going to be too close to his house. So he's again asking that it be referred back to zoning so that they can reconfigure the lot to move it as far away as possible.
Supervisor Bollig moves H3 be re-referred to zoning, seconded by Clausius. Is there discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it, and it is re-referred. Is there a determination on the other item if there were any registrations? Did you walk out there, Supervisor Wegleitner? Oh, no, I didn't. I thought you had gone out there, so.
They might be checking.
They might be checking through them to make sure, so I'll just wait on that one and come back to it. Under resolutions, Resolution K, item K, Resolution 38, condemning the practice of conversion therapy in Dane County. This item was considered by the executive committee today and was approved 6-0 by the executive committee and is now before us for action. Is there discussion on Resolution 38?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to say happy LGBT Pride to everyone. June is traditionally the Pride celebration month for the LGBTQ community, and this year the County Board is celebrating Pride Month in a couple ways. One way is with Resolution 38, condemning the practice of conversion therapy in Dane County before the board this evening. This resolution recognizes and condemns the psychological harm and damage the so-called conversion therapy or reparative therapy causes to LGBT citizens of Dane County when they try to change their sexual orientation or when they are forced, even as children, to try and change who they are. There's many significant statements in this resolution, ranging from that residents of Dane County and their elected representatives seek to protect the safety, health, and welfare of their neighbors from harmful, exploitative, and dangerous therapy that targets LGBTQ individuals. In 2007, the American Psychological Association stated that conversion therapy failed to have any research and methodology, and that there is no proven way to change someone's sexual orientation. At least 13 psychological, psychiatric, and social service organizations oppose conversion therapy, ranging from the APA, or the American Psychological Association, to the National Association of Social Workers. Additionally, many LGBT youth who are questioning their sexual orientation are 8 times more likely to have attempted suicide, 6 times more likely to report high levels of depression, 3 times more likely to use illegal drugs, and 3 times more likely to be at high risk for HIV and STDs. The list goes on. Adding something like conversion therapy can just make things worse for LGBTQ youth, but also LGBTQ adults. Finally, in creating this resolution, I would like to thank those who worked on the actual text, including the YGP, or Youth Governance Program participants. I was very happy to see that there was interest in this issue, and specifically Lauren Dollar, who I think is over here on the right side. Other supervisors I want to thank include Supervisor Richard Kilmer for working with the Equal Opportunities Commission in crafting the language, and also Supervisors Schauer, Danner, and Radcliffe on moving this resolution forward. I'm sorry if I missed anyone in this. Additionally, I want to thank the 22 supervisors who signed on as co-sponsors and others who have expressed their support in other ways. Thank you, and please join us in supporting this resolution against conversion therapy.
Thank you, Supervisor Erickson. And I did not have the registration slip before me when you began, but we do have a registrant that I want to invite forward who wishes to speak in support of this, Lauren Dollar. Lauren? You can speak from right there.
Hi, everyone. I am a recent graduate of Middleton High School, and through my term as a youth, the youth governance through public protection and judiciary, I created the resolution before you. I'm here tonight to speak in support of this resolution. As the writer of the resolution, with the support and help of many of the supervisors here, I'd also like to specifically thank the Equal Opportunity Commission and all the other supervisors that really brought this into fruition. And I urge you all to pass this resolution and officially condemn the practice of conversion therapy in Dane County. If the county board truly wants to work towards equity and inclusivity of every person in Dane County, then this resolution must be passed. We must recognize the LGBTQ+ individuals in our community and protect them from any harmful practices that aim to undermine their existence. This belief must be included in the Dane County Board's legislative agenda, as it doesn't just speak to the issue of conversion therapy alone, but also shows that the county will not tolerate any entity that tries to erase someone's identity. As I was working on this resolution, I consulted with my fellow young people throughout Dane County, as well as members of the LGBT community and youth in that as well. And so by passing this resolution, you would be giving a voice to all of us. And as the supervisors previously stated, LGBT individuals and LGBT plus youth are already at a higher risk for many other obstacles in their lives. And by having conversion therapy as an extra obstacle, that just harms them further and really undermines their identity. So by passing this, you can help kind of get rid of that barrier and work towards equity. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions for the registrant? Supervisor Krause?
Thank you. I would mostly like to commend one of our youth members for taking this initiative. I really, really want to thank her and acknowledge the fact that we've got youth members that we're really impacting their lives, and I love that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
On Resolution 38, is there discussion? Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of Resolution 38 say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the resolution is approved. We're going to go back to the consent calendar to item F16. And we have a number of registrations on this. It's Resolution 34, Award of Agreement for Juvenile Detention Center Addition, Architectural Engineering Design Services at the City County Building. And I want to mention that we have, if we have 5 minutes per registrant that the time is limited to, and we have a timekeeper to help you know when you're coming to the end of your time. Lisa McKinnon is going to be helping with that. And so I want to, if there are people in the overflow room who've registered, I'm going to say 2 names at a time so that someone can come and be prepared to testify. So the first registrant is Jessica Williams, who has checked both wishing to speak in support and opposition, and then Shadeira Kilfoy Flores, who wishes to speak in opposition. So Jessica Williams. Maybe she's making her way up. Is she? Jessica, you have checked both for and against on this? Okay, so I'll cross that out. And you may not have heard, you have 5 minutes. And we have a timekeeper who I think is, if you can see her from over there, or she'll let you know when you're getting close to the end so that you can pace yourself. So you have 5 minutes. Thanks for coming.
My name is Jessica Williams. Y'all probably heard that. My name is Jessica Williams. Y'all probably heard that already. And I work at Freedom Inc. I'm here representing myself, though. But given that I work at Freedom Inc., you all probably already know what my position is on this. If you don't, we're going to talk about it. So here we go. So first of all, I want to say that, of course, I'm not for this new jail at all. I'm not for the construction of any jail or any prison. There's a lot of things that we already know. We already know that prisons and jails harm people. They don't do what they were once put in place to do. People are not being rehabilitated in prisons and jails, especially our young people, especially youth, just being harmed. You all probably know, I'm sure you know, that Lincoln Hills was already being shut down because of the abuse that kids were experiencing in the jails. There's so much sexual assault happening to children in these jails and prisons. And the youth are like our most vulnerable population. So you're putting them in a jail with people who are subpar trained, and even the people that you think are trained well, we know that they're not, right? Like they're probably just racist. What kids do need, though, is rehabilitation. They need support, they need love, they need encouragement, and they deserve to be with their families. These kids also deserve to not live in a world that puts them in a cycle of poverty and survivorship, and then blames them and criminalizes them when that happens. They don't deserve a world that causes all these mental health conditions, and then for you all to vote, to continue to vote to build jails and prisons to hold them. So I'm sure you all already know those things. And for you, you can't run for these board positions and then sit here and fail our communities. You can't run and get this position and then sit here and act like you have no choice but to vote yes or no on this jail. You all are in a position where you can say, do something better. People have come up, we have come up with amazing alternatives. That work has been done. All across the country, prisons and jails are being shut down. There's no reason that progressive Madison, that you should sit here and pretend that you can't speak up and say, no, we don't want this jail. No, we're not spending $225 million. But what we can do is send this back and you come with something better. We need services in our communities. We do not want children in prisons and in cages. So that's what I wanted to say to the board. And also I want to say, like, you can't be, like, this is laziness. Like, you can't be lazy in your work and pretend that this isn't your duty. Like, you have a voice, so you should use that. And the rest of the time that I have, I want to speak to the community. I want to speak to the people that are here. Because we know we've come to these meetings time and time again for many, many years, and we know that people who are in these elected positions and sitting on these boards, they don't listen to us. They actually just ignore us. And we know that nothing in this world has ever changed without push from the people. Right. So that's who I'm here for. So until we push, nothing is going to change. And I want everybody to know that regardless of the vote that comes out today, we still have work to do. We still have work abolishing prisons and jails. Even if this one gets denied, which we know people are probably here and they already know how they're going to vote, even if they decide not to build this prison and jail, we still have work to do. We are still going to push and we're still going to be fighting. And I see that you have this 1 minute time up there. And since you did that, I want to talk about time a little bit. How much time do you think that y'all have stolen from these children that are in these prisons? How much time have you taken from my people? In this country, for hundreds of years, my people have been told when we could eat and when we couldn't, when we had to work and when we couldn't, when we could speak and when we couldn't, when we could vote and when we couldn't, where we could live and where we couldn't. So I'm going to take all the time that I want, all of it. I'm going to take that time for my ancestors that didn't get to speak. I'm going to speak for them today. And
your time is up, if you could wrap it up.
And I want to say, I don't even remember what I want to say, but I just want to take some time.
Your time is up, thank you. Next up is Elizabeth Bruno, followed by Monker Dawe, and then followed by Junie M. So next up is Elizabeth Bruno. Thank you.
What I wanted to say
is Shadira Kilfoy Flores.
Anybody in here talking to me about respect?
Ma'am.
You do not respect our communities. You do not respect black people. So I don't want to hear anybody coming here talking about respect. I don't respect your meetings. I do not respect your leadership. I do not respect your time. I'm going to take all the time that I want. You got your time and I got mine.
Ma'am, this is a meeting.
And everybody else do the same damn thing.
There are other people who wish to address.
I just told you I don't respect your authority. I don't respect your meeting.
Then you'll have to leave.
Who else needs to talk? I'm telling you, if you're in here, black people, take all the time that you want, because this world ain't done a damn thing but disrespect our people in our community. They have denied our humanity. They have denied our dignity. And we're not going to take it anymore.
And there are other people who wish to speak.
Well, I will take all the time that I need.
You had just said you were done.
In this room that's going to escort me out.
Over here. Next up is Shadira Kilfoy Flores. Is Shadira Kilfoy Flores here? Thank you. You have 5 minutes. And Wait, before we start the timer, I just want to say, we have invited an interpreter from Geo Group in if there's any need for an interpreter in the group. So I just wanted to put that out there before we began going through the registrants. So, Shadira.
I don't need an interpreter.
I didn't expect that you did.
Thank
I just
you.
wanted to make that announcement.
I understand.
Yeah.
I see the correlation. My name is Shadira Kilfoy Flores. It's phonetically correct. I'm here because I feel that our city and our county are failing our youth in many, many ways. I feel that it is our responsibility as parents and community leaders to protect our children, to make sure that they're safe. This is not going to happen by putting them in jail cells. It's not going to happen by incarcerating children. It's going to happen by giving them services to help them with their trauma, to help them with their pain. I don't know how many of you saw the young man, the 17-year-old, being beaten in his own home. What do you think the result of that would be had there not been a video camera in there? It would have been his word against 4 police officers. We must do better. We have to do better. Our children deserve better. Building a prison rather than building a hospital where they're getting services, where they're getting mental health services, is an injustice. It's disgusting. It's a disgusting waste of money. And shame on you for even considering that this needs to be done. What needs to be done is we need to have support. We need to have love and understanding for our youth. This is not going to happen by throwing a bunch of money into incarceration. I brought my 10-year-old son with me because this is who it's going to affect. It's going to affect boys who look just like him and darker. That's who it's going to affect. It's not going to affect your white children. It's going to affect my black son. Look at him and tell him his life is not worth investing in services that can help him with his trauma and his pain. We just got back from Africa, where they were blown away to hear that our state has only 6% African Americans free and 50% incarcerated. We need to do better, Wisconsin. We need to do better, Dane County. You've been elected because people trust that you care about your city, that you care about your county, that you care about your community. Throwing a bunch of kids in jail shows that you don't care. That's not going to help them. That's not going to help our community. That's not going to help them make better choices. Giving them jobs. Making sure that Briar Patch isn't all the way down, way across the rimrock. How is that helping our teenagers? How is having community centers, nothing downtown, nothing accessible to teenagers? We are failing our youth. Look in the mirror, people. What have you done for a teenager lately? I've been a foster mom. A lot of these kids who end up in group homes are there because their parents made mistakes. I was a foster mom because both her mother and her father were in prison. Grandmother took over until she died. Then this 14-year-old young woman had nowhere to go but the streets. She was sofa surfing until I rescued her, until I took her in. And she needed mental health services that Madison and Dane County could not provide. So she has now been incarcerated off and on for the last 10 years of her life. I had her when she was 14. She's now 28. We failed her. I'd ask you to reconsider and come back to the board with a better solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Elizabeth Bruno. followed by Moncur, Donway, followed by June M. Elizabeth, you have 5 minutes.
That's me. So the first thing I want to say is I want to share appreciation for all of the wisdom that we're about to hear here tonight, that folks that have spoken before me, and I know that's going to continue, and I think it takes a lot of bravery and poignancy, and I really appreciate sharing this microphone, and I also come up here with a lot of frustration and a battle with a despair that what's a point? And I think we might hear that a lot. What's it going to actually take to make different decisions, right? Collectively, as a city, as a country, we know actually incarceration doesn't serve us. We say it's about reform or public safety, and I think that's actually a pretty sick way of looking at it. We know it doesn't work. We know it's actually harmful. We know that it's an institution that comes out of slavery. And we know when we continue to pour resources into incarcerating people, youth and adults, all people, we really are losing a lot. We're losing lives. We're breaking up communities. We know all these things, right? I was thinking, what's a good analogy here? And I was thinking of, I was cutting up my fruit today in the palm of my hand, and I'm it's almost like if I slipped with the knife and I cut my hand, and then I decided, oh, I have an injury here, so I'm gonna just, burn my hand off. Or I'm gonna just, cut my hand off because I don't know how to deal with that wound. And actually, we have better, right? We have a lot more options. We have so much wisdom that's come before you all on this microphone for years, talking about the solutions that are actually necessary for healing intergenerational trauma that's perpetuated by the systems that we live within, that's been perpetuated, created by slavery, genocide, created by the colonization of this land, right? There's bigger, deeper things that incarceration is a part of. And so then I, thinking about that, I realized, actually, it's not like I cut my hand and then I burn my hand off. It's actually, I cut my hand and then I actually just decide to, throw my fucking self into the fire to save my fingertip. Because what are we losing? We're losing so much creativity. We're losing so many lives. And not just here we're here in Dane County and more, right? This is part of a larger system. And I think it's actually about time that we make a different choice. $225 million for the new jail proposal. I don't actually know how much money we're talking about for the juvenile center improvements. It's so much money. I can't. It's how much good could that do actually in the hands of community and in the hands how much housing could that provide? I was talking to a practitioner today about I'm actually a somatic body worker, and I was talking to somebody about when I am at my limits, right? When I can't actually serve somebody in their needs, where do I refer out? And I'm where are there economically accessible psychiatrists? Is anybody on Medicaid in this room ever tried to find a psychiatrist? Do you know how long the wait is? And how urgent those issues are? This shit is real. And it's a lot more than being real up against an institutional barrier of oh, this is a hard decision to make. I'm I think it's actually time that we make different decisions. And that analogy is real, right? We're on a death trajectory. We're losing lives, we're losing people, we're destroying community. And there's actually another choice to be made.
Thank you. Next up is Moncur, Donway, followed by June M., followed by Zan Wow.
Hi, everyone. My name is Monka Donway. I work on the city's south side at Freedom Inc. I am a youth justice advocate and organizer. I'm also a sexual assault and domestic violence advocate as well. I'm here in opposition to building a new jail, whether that's the youth jail, which I'll probably speak about later, or the adult jail. I'm in opposition to it because if you all say that the goal of that is to actually help the community or to help the folks that are living in those conditions every day, I'm here to call bullshit on that. I'm here to say that y'all are actually hypocrites if you decide to build a new jail. It's actually really hard to stand here and talk about this right now after I'm hearing that you all just decided to recognize Juneteenth and say that you're recognizing the contributions of Black folks and that they actually contribute 90 to 100% of culture and whatever else it is, and saying that Juneteenth is a time to celebrate those contributions in culture and dance and whatever else you're saying. Juneteenth is actually a celebration of when the last Black person, enslaved person, fought to actually get free. Because we know that Abraham Lincoln signed a piece of paper, it didn't do shit for us. We had to fight our way off of plantations. That's what Juneteenth is about. The last day that the last enslaved Black person actually fought their way into freedom. And now you're gonna sit here and plan to spend $225 million on building a jail to lock Black folks up. And I know that when you look at the numbers, if we're talking about per capita and proportionate to the population, you're spending this damn money on locking Black folks up. Because we only make up 5 to 6% of this county, and yet we represent almost half of the jail population on any given day. All of the people, all the young people that are in GRC right now are Black. So you just sat here and recognized Juneteenth as the contributions in culture and dancing and music, all the agreeable parts of Black culture that you all love to appropriate. And in the same breath, it's even on the table to build a jail. On one end, folks are celebrating freedom and fighting their way to freedom, and on the other end, you want to champion building a jail to lock them up. So you're hypocrites if you decide to build this jail. Continuing on the pattern of hypocrisy for this board, you all just sat here in our face and passed a resolution protecting LGBTQ folks and saying that you condemn conversion therapy and that you condemn anything that would harm LGBTQ folks, especially young people. What the fuck do you think a jail does? What do you think a youth prison does? The founder of NOVO, which is a national organization that was founded in the late 1800s to actually end violence against young girls. Actually, the founder went into places where there were like correction houses for young girls in the early 1900s and did observations. And he came back and said, in the language of the time, that he observed that most of the occupants were presenting as homosexual. That is still true today. Our youth, our LGBTQ youth, are being targeted and criminalized when they're in schools, when they're on the streets, if they're not presenting as what they're supposed to be presenting as their sex at birth. and they're harassed for these things, and they end up in jail. They are actually the most vulnerable population in our communities, and they end up in jail because we fail them, because we want them to get to prison before they can actually get resources, before they can get a nice gym and a counselors and whatever else the guy from last week was talking about that's going to be in the new jail.
If you could
So
wrap up,
that
please.
you're still following that line of hypocrisy.
If you could wrap up your comments, please.
If you say you want to celebrate the contributions of black folks, don't invest millions into locking them up. I'm going to say that one more time for y'all. If you say you want to celebrate the contributions and the creativity and the dance and the expression of black folks, do not invest millions in locking them up. Invest money in keeping families together. Y'all put $6 million into housing for folks, and we're fighting over it like crabs in a bucket in this county. Put some more dollars on that.
Thank you. Your 5
You
minutes
say
are up.
you won't tolerate anything that harms LGBTQ youth, but you want to build youth prisons. You want to build youth prisons. So in honor of Pride Month, I'm going to read you this poem by Cadence Cole. Pride exists because of a black woman.
Just a moment. There's a point of
Pride
order.
exists because of a black trans woman.
Supervisor Shower.
Pride exists because of a black trans woman who was a sex worker. Someone that y'all would want to see in this fucking jail. Pride exists because of a black, bisexual, trans woman who was a sex worker that threw a brick at a cop. Pride exists because of black, bisexual, trans woman who was a sex worker that threw a brick at a cop and started a riot against the state. Her name was Marsha P. Johnson. Her name was Marsha P. Johnson. Her name was Marsha P. Johnson. Don't lose this month in rainbow capitalism and unabashed racism because of the privilege of being white. If you aren't supporting the queer people of color, trans women, and queer sex workers, you aren't celebrating Pride. You are celebrating rainbow capitalism and police brutality.
Thank you, Monica.
Y'all have done shit for LGBT people, for LGBT youth.
Your
with that
5 minutes are
so
up.
get that now. You're actually being hypocritical.
Next up
And the
is
last thing I'm going to say about this police incident, this brutal-ass incident, where they actually did an act of terror on this young child by putting a hood over his head while there were already 3 of them on his back, and he was already face down. A spit bag, it's a fucking plastic bag. That's an act of terror. This is the response. Our Madison Police Department doesn't have different policies for youth than they do adults. So those of you saying, oh, the school cops are better because they would have never done that, no, there is no policy that's different for you, for dealing with youth. So this is what they're doing to our black people every fucking day. And you all, instead of putting money into preventing these things, into making sure that that youth was actually well-serviced while he was still at school and didn't have to leave and get terrorized by these people, you want to build jails to excuse their behavior, to legitimize their behavior, and say we got bad people, we got to find places to lock them up and fix them. It doesn't sound like there's a problem with them to me. It sounds like there's a problem with you all.
Thank you for your comments. Next up is June M., followed by Zan Wow, followed by Kajwa Vaj. It's June M.
My name is Jerry, actually.
I'm sorry, I couldn't read your writing.
Would you like to know what few things that this youth prison money could be used for? Free testing, condoms, abortions if need be, because that's been a talk in the media. Community centers, grocery stores, better schools, school supplies and materials, free transportation, healthy and clean food, food and gas cards, free college tuition for youth of color, free tutoring, housing programs and funds, rent assistance funds. How about driver's ed classes for everyone? Because let's face it, not everybody can afford those classes, and nobody needs to be driving if they don't fully understand how to operate a car, let alone read the road signs. Giving people the option to know how to garden so that they can grow their own fruits and vegetables. Giving them classes where they can learn what taxes is and how to file them and do it correctly. The fact that y'all are even sitting here to vote on a youth prison is disgusting. Have y'all not realized that jails and prisons do shit, but hurt people more than help? Someone just stood and applauded the girl for fighting for LGBTQ justice, but have the right to call us disrespectful for standing up for y'all locking up our aunts, uncles, brothers, mothers, fathers, and sisters. I'm honestly even more disgusted that y'all have the nerve to have this fake-ass rent-a-cop in here trying to police us on where we can and can't sit. The utmost amount of disrespect you have for the people and families in this room. It's disrespectful and disgusting that you can sit here and listen to all of us and be on your phones, whispering to each other, resting your head as if we're not supposed to have your full attention. You all honestly need to get it the fuck together, because we are not going to we're going to keep coming to these meetings and disrupting until we get what we deserve. Stop killing us, stop locking us in cages, no new jail.
Thank you for your comments. Next up is Zan Wao, followed by Kaju Avaj, followed by Allison Bell Byrne. You have 5 minutes.
All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Zhong Mo. I am the Director of Youth Organizing at Freedom Inc., but tonight I'm here representing myself. As someone who has done youth leadership development work, youth mentor work for 10 years now, right? I know that young people, what they need to be successful are not cages. Again, what young people need to be successful are not cages. It's upsetting that this is even up for discussion, up for consideration, up for a vote, right? This should have easily been dismissed right away before coming here. And I'm actually really shaking a lot because on my commute to work this morning, I was driving and just thinking about today in this meeting, in this conversation, this topic, and I was just shaken to my core on my commute to work and just wanted to cry. Because it's so upsetting that we don't see the humanity of these young kids, that they're not allowed to make mistakes, that they're not allowed to act like kids. And let me actually rephrase all this, because actually white kids are actually allowed to act like kids. It's black kids that are not allowed to act like kids, right? Once black kids act like a kid, what do we automatically do? We cite them, we profile them, and we lock them up. Don't believe me? We look at the hundreds and thousands of dollars our schools invest to put police into schools. And we look at those citations. Majority of those citations, black girls, right? One of the school years, black girls were the ones who received the citations. Not one single white girl received the citation. That's alarming, right? 2015. 100% of the middle school girls arrested were black girls. Black girls. That's alarming. So to me, it proves that whatever money we're investing in for this, whatever you all want to call it, a youth detention center, when really we know it's just cages, a youth prison for these kids, you're taking away everything from them. And we know that this is just to lock up black kids. And if you vote to pass this, shame on you tonight. Shame on you, because you voting on this means that you don't believe that black kids deserve to be seen, deserve to be living, and deserve love. Again, I have been working with young people for 10 years. They don't need cages. They need resources. They need housing, food, mentorship. They need an actual education where they're going to learn their true history, not this white colonization shit. So again, please don't vote for this. And if you do, that shows the world, right? There's a lot of us that are here today and a lot that are watching you all around the nation too, right? Because we think about around the nation, people are actually shutting down and closing their youth prisons and detention halls. And yet here in Dane County, we're thinking about investing money and building one? That's disgusting. Stop it.
Thank you, Jean. Next up is Kaju Avaj, followed by Allison Bell-Byrne.
Is it 5 minutes?
5 minutes.
Okay. That's different, so I don't have to like speed through my speech. So I'm first of all, I want to speak on the Youth Detention Center. I think the jail one is coming up next, right?
It's later, yeah.
Okay. So all day today, I've been talking to community members about what happened with the teen at West High School. And I can tell you all that it's nerve-wracking to watch that video. And then also as a person who's worked with young folks for the last 20 years, I can definitely tell you I've worked with some kids who you all may think would fit neatly into the detention center that you all are trying to build. But in fact, what I've learned in the last 20 years is kids are kids are kids. And detention centers and criminalizing them isn't going to help. The other thing that I've learned is, as somebody who was born in Laos and raised here, someone who grew up extremely poor and in many of Madison's poor neighborhoods, as somebody who grew up as a teen in this town, I witnessed a lot of criminalization of my brothers and my own people, and that was because we lived in predominantly black communities. And so the reason why youth detention centers and putting money into jail is really extremely important to me as a Hmong person is because we live in neighborhoods that are highly criminalized and policed. And so whatever strategies that are used to lock up Black people in this country, it also disproportionately impacts Southeast Asians. That's one of the reasons why I care. The second reason why I care and why I think you all should care about not dumping any more money into this criminal justice system or injustice system is that any injustice system that disproportionately impacts one racial group is a human rights violation. And you have to be on the right side of history. And that is, are you going to pour more money into criminalization of young people? Or are you really going to think about what these young people actually need? And I think that there's this falseness of what we think safety is. And 4 police officers jumping on a 17-year-old isn't safety. What that kid needed wasn't to go to jail, wasn't to be jumped on, to be punched in the face. Actually, he was having a mental wellness breakdown. And I can tell you something, you're gonna say, well, he could have been a danger to X, Y, and Z. As somebody who had a sister who was schizophrenic and bipolar, who had many breakdowns, we never once call the police. And had we called the police and they had jumped on her like that, it would have been heartbreaking. So I'm just saying, as somebody who lives in the community, who had a sister with mental wellness, and who understands young people, this isn't the way to spend your money. We don't need a study on why we should continue to build detention centers for young people. Where throughout the country, in major hubs, they're closing down juvenile detentions. And you all are like studying a detention center, how that could fit. Like, that's shameful. Boy, I don't like politics, but if I did, I swear, this does not represent what poor people look like. And you all are sitting in places where you would get to make decisions that impact our children's lives, and you gotta make the right decision. It cannot be to study detention centers. You should be studying how to close detention centers. You should be studying how to invest money into this young man's life. What if he had medical treatment? What if he had the support that he needed? We don't need 4 cops jumping on a kid. Yes, he is a kid. He's 17 years old. If some 34-year-old president who's 60-something can be seen as a young man, this is a kid. So I'm saying we need to treat him like a kid. He needs treatment. And I think the DA's in here somewhere. We don't need him to be charged for anything. So I'm putting this in public. We actually don't need an investigation. We have videos. Fire the police officer, and also give this kid some treatment, and no criminalization of this kid.
Casual, thank you. Next up is Allison Bell-Byrne. Right there, okay. There we go.
So I really don't like speaking in public, but I've been told it might be a good idea because maybe since I'm white, you might listen to me, but I'm pretty sure your guys' minds are all made up. But I do want to tell you, though, that even though I'm younger than most of you guys, I used to be a lot like you. With the exception of a few of the white men in the room, I think you guys are all probably well-meaning white people. I used to be a well-meaning white person until I had the opportunity to listen. I had a group of people who call themselves Young, Gifted, and Black meeting in my living room for a while. And because of that, I was able to learn a whole bunch of things that I never might have gotten the opportunity to learn. I like to think I would have found a way, but who knows? So because of that, I know some things that I don't think you guys know. And the difference between me and you is that I would never have been so presumptuous as to think that I know what's better for somebody than they know for themselves. That's something that you guys need to figure out. Another difference between me and you is that I studied these things. I was inspired and I was so blown away that I had been so ignorant for so long. And yes, I am calling you guys ignorant because you just don't know better, I'm hoping. I do believe that if you really knew the facts, that you wouldn't make this decision. I mean, the prison system is literally, not just like some metaphor for slavery, it is literally a continuation of slavery, and you have the nerve to vote for it on the same day you vote for, the typical Madison, like, let's pat ourselves on the back because we recognize Juneteenth. And by the way, whoever voted for condemning shock therapy as a queer person, don't bother. Vote against this jail. This is just so typical Madison. We know all the right things to say. We're so liberal, we're so progressive. And then when it comes down to do the things that really impact people's lives, we do this. So I got to study, and I learned a whole lot of history. I learned about the police being created from slave patrols, and then after slavery, the police just basically, politicians and the states just deciding that slavery was going to continue because we were going to throw black people in jail for breaking crimes that weren't crimes, the so-called black codes that are the precursors to today's rules like loitering and stuff that we're still locking people up for. And then I learned, new Jim Crow, that this is literally the continuation of slavery. So what I finally ended up learning is that, I would still be here today even if I hadn't come to this conclusion, because I believe in the right to self-determination. I think it's ridiculous that a group of like 99% white people are going to decide this issue. That's a problem. But I'd still be here. I'd still be here anyways, just on that point. But what I learned is that I'm here for me. I would like to respectfully disagree with the comment that I heard that said that white children are allowed to act like children. We obviously have a lot of privilege and a lot of leeway, but white children aren't allowed to act like children. Our culture has already bred that out of our children. Our culture is half dead, and we're still sitting here thinking that we have the solutions. There's no solutions for the way forward for what ails the planet, for what ails Madison, for what ails anything that's going to come from white people. So if you have a solution that you thought of yourself, most of you guys, just forget about it. The solutions are here. You guys are looking at me, pretending like you're listening. I know you guys' minds are already made up. What could we do? What could we do to get you to really study? Like read some Angela Davis, read some Mariam Kaba, read some M. Adams. She's got an article in the Law Review. You guys respect publications like that. You apparently don't respect youth up there when they happen to drop a cuss word or two. Say that. But put in the Law Review, go look it up. Black community control of the police. History, what solutions, analysis. What do we have to do to get you to actually read that article? You're gonna vote yes today? You're gonna vote for this jail? You're gonna do that. What would we have to do to get you to just start studying a little bit? So next time, maybe by the time the youth jail comes around, you guys know a little bit more. Anybody? Anybody interested in really studying, really trying to do something different? Not just keep doing the same things we've been doing over and over again? Think about it.
Thank you. Next up. So are there any questions for the registrants? I'll read the rest of the slips on this, and then we'll have an opportunity for discussion. Registering in opposition, Jesse Bell Byrne, Charles Morris, T. Banks, Alex Shabazz, Kevin McGettigan, John McCracken, Lisa Yang, Shisin Mwa, Payeng Mwa, Destiny Bennett, Garrett Lee, Leslie Numbers, Sabang, Sharon, Chastity Clark, Connie Shaw, Sanvo Churn. No, unless, is there anyone who wished to speak on this item that didn't have the opportunity to, who had filled out a slip? Seeing no one, just want to make sure. No. Okay. So on Resolution 34, award of agreement for juvenile detention center addition, architecture, engineering, design services at the City-County building. What's before us is the Public Works and Transportation Committee's recommendation for approval. Is there discussion on Resolution 34? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. No. The ayes have it, and the resolution is approved. On Resolution 36, resolution approving issuance of bonds for housing projects by Housing Authority of Dane County, Wisconsin. What's before us is the Personnel and Finance Committee's recommendation for approval. Is there discussion on Resolution 36? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed say no. The ayes, I'm sorry, I'll finish that. The ayes have it, and that resolution is approved. I got lost because I went back to the consent calendar. But now we are back to the L on the agenda, appointments, county board chair appointments. What's before us is Resolution 68. This was considered by the Executive Committee meeting this evening and approved unanimously. What's before us is the Executive Committee's recommendation to approve. Is there discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it, and that resolution is approved. On items requiring a 2/3 majority for passage, we have M1 to M14. Are there any requests for separation? Supervisor Downing.
Number 12.
Supervisor Downing requests number 12 be separated, and okay, thank you. And we have registrations on 14, so we'll be separating 14. So on items M1 to M11 and M13, what's before us is the recommendation of the committee to approve those items. Is there any discussion on those? Seeing none, I would like to record them as having passed unanimously if there's no objection. Is there any objection to having them recorded as such? They will be recorded as having passed unanimously. On M12, and first, I should double check that we don't have registrations on M12. We don't? Okay. It's Resolution 444, authorizing the purchase of land for Pheasant Branch Conservancy. What's before us is the Environment, Agricultural, and Natural Resources Committee's recommendation for approval, and there is a sub-1 by Finance. Supervisor Downing, did you wish to speak before we adopted the sub, and then what, do you want to, why don't we adopt the sub, and then you can address the, so is there a motion on the sub from Finance? Moved by Miles, seconded by Chenoweth. All those in favor of sub-1 say aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it, and that sub is approved. On Resolution 44 as amended by sub-1, Supervisor Downing.
If the lines remain the same in the sub, I move to delete lines 44, 5, and 6.
Could I have to find this for a moment. So you're moving to delete lines 44, 45, and 46, and the second by Chenoweth. Is there, would you like to explain your motion?
Yes. Basically, what lines 44, 5, and 6 are is a blank check for undescribed purposes. I think it would be best addressed in a separate resolution, which could be dealt with at the very next meeting. So I don't think there's any time constraints, but I don't even know what the projects being described here are. I don't think it serves us well to be writing blank checks for $5 million.
Thank you, Supervisor Downing. Is there discussion on Supervisor Downing's motion? Supervisor Levin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We did actually discuss this issue in ENER, and it was not supported in ENER because we, at least the majority of the committee, felt that the dollars that we are expending on the acre property was a worthy purchase. Yes, it has a high price tag, and what that means is that some of then the normal amounts that are used for other worthy projects would be sort of drained on a larger project. So that's why this was put in, included by staff, and something that the committee felt should remain. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Levin. Supervisor Ripp.
Yes, this money being added isn't being spent by this resolution. It's simply putting a reserve there for other projects that are being looked at. And we'd be telling staff, okay, tell people we can't buy it if there's something we really want. So it isn't spending the money, it's putting there as a reserve, replacing some of the money that was as a reserve that's going to the acre property.
Thank you, Supervisor Ripp. Is there further discussion on Supervisor Downing's motion? Supervisor Downing for a second time.
A question doesn't count as a second time, does it?
Not if you're asking a question, no.
I have a question of staff,
Okay.
and that would be the director, Ms. Hicklin. Would you please describe for us some projects that might be funded this way?
Sure. So as Supervisor Ripp mentioned, this increases our budget authority. We'll still have to come back to the board for each individual purchase or proposal to purchase lands. We do have several projects in the works, partnerships with Groundswell Conservancy, Ice Age Trail Alliance, Madison Audubon, as well as our own acquisitions that we're working on, several flood abatement projects, a few really good shoreline acquisition opportunities to increase public access, and then implementation of the Dane County Parks and Open Space Plan. So this funding would enable us to continue working on those projects and then bring them to the board for review and approval if we're able to put anything together.
Thank you. Further discussion on Supervisor Downing's amendment to Resolution 44. Supervisor Chapla.
Sure. I just wanted to provide a little more information. After we purchase this property, we'll still have a balance of 1.9 million. So this project, if we approve it tonight, won't drain the entire fund balance. We'll still have 1.9 million. And want to thank staff for providing that information that we requested in committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Chapla. Supervisor Downing.
For the second time. Well, I wish at the committee meeting when I moved to delete these, we had heard some of the reasons, but the committee wasn't even willing to give me a second, so we didn't get this. It's my understanding that my next door neighbor did receive those explanations. They were never sent to me. Understand that what is being done here is amending our budget. We're adding $5 million to the budget. That's why this resolution, which without those 3 lines could have been passed by a simple majority, is requiring a 2/3 majority. I again feel that this is the kind of thing that should have been spelled out to us what was happening. Instead, we just see a 3-line blank check. I don't think that's the way to do business. Let's delete those lines. Let staff know they should inform us what we're voting on in resolutions instead of having a situation like this where I have to stand up at a board meeting at a project that I support and ask for further details about something completely unrelated, because we currently have enough money in the budget to do this project. And in fact, we put enough money in the budget to ostensibly do everything we wish to do this term. And yet now we're saying, well, let's just write a blank check. It's not the way to do business. Let's delete these lines.
Thank you, Supervisor Downing. Supervisor Schauer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Question for staff? The $5 million, anytime I see that many zeros in a row, my spidey sense kicks up. I'm just wondering, how did we get to that number specifically with regard to why this was added?
We do have a list of projects that we're working on, so we maintain a list. It's something that's very much in flux all of the time. So new property opportunities arise, we start working on them. It's really hard to sequence these projects and time them relative to our budget cycle and the calendar year. And so at any given point, things might wax or wane a little bit. And it does so happen that we do have several opportunities that appear to potentially all be coming together at the same time. Several projects that some of our partner organizations have been working on for several years may all culminate this year. And so we want to, again, just preserve that opportunity. We'd still come to the board as each individual project comes together and share those details with you and seek review and approval at that point. And I'd be more than happy to work with you kind of as we enter the 2020 budget season to look at, if this is approved tonight, where are we in the fall of 2020 to help inform, fall of 19 to help inform what we might want to budget for 2020.
So when I'm in committee, not this specific committee, but in other committees, I'll often ask, do we have the budget for this? And then I'll be much more inclined to say yes, And I think that's part of Supervisor Downing's problem, is that we're basically agreeing to increase a budget without knowing exactly why we're doing it. I mean, we're these individual specific projects, but if they weren't told in committee what it is that they're being asked to extend budget authority for, and now we're being asked to extend that budget authority here, I have a serious problem with that. I hope that you could also address maybe some of the concerns or maybe the way to do business going forward that Supervisor Downing just raised about how maybe we can address those issues in future ENR meetings. Or do you have anything to say to Supervisor Downing's concerns in that regard?
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to work with the committee. I know other supervisors on the committee had similar questions, and I was able to get that information. I'm sorry that Supervisor Downing didn't receive it. I think the balancing act that I have is some of the sensitivity in terms of confidentiality of these transactions. So until we're at a point where we have a purchase contract, we tend to not release the details of each individual transaction. That's why we meet with the Park Commission in closed session. And generally, I feel like this budget process is consistent with how the Conservation Fund has worked over time, and that funds are available. The general expectation is that they're there to implement the Conservation Fund and other natural resource and public access goals. So we're always working under the guidance of that plan, which is a document that was approved and adopted by this board. And then again, as individual specific projects come together, that's generally when we would come to you for approval. So certainly, we might not spend all of this $5 million, but having that opportunity preserved is really what makes the acquisition program successful. And it's what my staff and our partner organizations and the property owners that we work with really rely on, to have a certain amount of confidence that the time we're all investing in these projects is worth it, and that there is some likelihood that it could move forward.
I appreciate that. That's the end of my question, but I have an additional comment.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I share Supervisor Downing's concern. I think we should strike this language. I don't think there's anything stopping these individual projects from coming before us and getting a 2/3 vote if they're outside of the budget that we already passed last fall. And I think if our budget's going to mean something, it should mean something. If we're going to spend this many millions of dollars on a conservancy program that everybody in here thinks is a good idea, we should stick within the budget of that program. And then if there's a good reason to go outside of it, we should take that up, those individual things up individually. A $5 million set of leeway for those things is unacceptable, and I'll be voting with the motion. I hope you all too.
Thank you, Supervisor Schauer. Supervisor Ripp.
Yeah, obviously the high price of this purchase is what is driving this, because the hope was that it would come in cheaper and we'd have had sufficient money left. As is, there isn't sufficient money. 1.9 million, I have the advantage of being in the closed session and seeing what the possibles are right now. And it's definitely more than 1.9 million. So basically we'd be telling staff, hold off, don't purchase these properties. Flood control, et cetera, that are the big drivers of a lot of these things, I feel are much more important, that we want staff to move forward. And so putting this money in there simply replaces the money, or part of the money that we're spending on this project, which we think is a good idea for spending this much.
Thank you, Supervisor Ripp. Supervisor Levin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise for a second time, and Supervisor Ripp and Director Hicklin were much more eloquent. I asked for you to not support this motion. Actually, at Ener, Director Hicklin did mention multiple projects. She did not get into great detail because of reasons that you've heard. The acre property, it may be of little consolation that got about a third off of what they were asking, but it's still a large amount, and the reason is because the other use for that is construction and new homes, and that's why that property is more valuable, but it's also very valuable in terms of the nature that it will protect, our lakes, that it will help filter out, and also the believe the recharge of some springs. So again, because we're making this big purchase, we're not going to necessarily spend $5 million more, but if the department's hands are tied because they only have $1.9 million, they will have to potentially pass up some opportunities that then we will never hear about. So again, we are not saying you spend this automatically, but you would have borrowing proceeds to be extended, and because of that, then we would get to see those projects. So please, again, vote against this amendment.
Thank you, Supervisor Levin. Supervisor Chenoweth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too rise in support of this resolution and its concept of buying this property, and I understand the magnitude of the purchase and the shortfall that we might have within that fund. However, I'm fully in agreement with Supervisor Downing that I believe this is a matter that should be taken up as a separate item, as a budget amendment to add to this fund under a separate, not simply tacked on at the end of the purchase agreement or purchase resolution, but to take it up as a separate matter and understanding a little bit about what what projects or a little bit about what we're learning tonight, and make this a separate matter to take up by the separate committees and especially finance and personnel finance and this board. So I'm going to support eliminating that language and bringing it back in a separate resolution, possibly next time around, if we could possibly do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Chenoweth. Supervisor Veldren. Right there. Sorry, I'm struggling with the. Well, don't push the button. There you go.
There you go. Thank you, Madam Chair. Laura, I apologize. I can't pull my emails up, so I don't know if you got back to me on the question. Is there a state match on any of this?
We do have several partners that we're working on. If the acquisition is approved tonight, we had a really positive meeting yesterday with the Clean Lakes Alliance, the Nature Conservancy, the Friends of Pheasant Branch, and a few others to look at partnerships that would include financial contributions moving forward. So we're really excited about that. At this point in time, the DNR Nelson Stewardship Fund, which is what we historically would have used for a purchase like this, is not available to us.
Is it because of the type of purchase, or is it a funding issue at the state level?
Procedurally, DNR is not able to process grant applications at this time.
Excuse me if I roll my eyes.
So at most, what you can tap into are grants for less than $250,000.
Oh, at the state?
Yes.
I take it these other partners aren't going to really put a huge amount of money where you could actually use that, we could use that for other purchases. And I don't want you to give anything away, but understand that this isn't like, oh wow, they gave us $7 million and now we have to worry about the 5 because this has all been saved.
Sure, that's probably true. I think most of the partnerships that we're looking at are for restoration, management, making changes to the property to improve it for public access and to get some of the resource concerns addressed and to improve some of the resource features that we want to highlight.
So, and this a little different, but related, obviously. You have you have your projects you said you're working on, but you have an area of projects that when you put your budget together, those are the things you're already targeting.
That's right.
In a sense. And obviously, this just, as Supervisor Rip said, this just took a huge chunk out of it. And obviously, this was something you might have thought about or not. And this is all, as I think Supervisor Levin just said, and I asked you too, about this is mainly flood mitigation, and obviously we all know what happened at Pheasant. And I'm not going to ask you if this is going to stop in the future, but will it mitigate certain levels if it's not as devastating? You know what I mean? Could it absorb more I mean, I guess it would.
Right, throughout the watershed, this type of purchase is what will make a difference over time. I think Middleton would have still seen the devastation that it saw last fall, but we need to look at the larger watershed and how properties like this can absorb and infiltrate water. So going from the current condition to the restored prairie that we've targeted, this property is slated to absorb an additional 2.6 million gallons of water annually. And if you compare that to the alternative of development, if it went from the existing cover to development, you could look at probably an additional 5 to 6 million gallons of water that would run off if that outcome were to come true.
Thanks. I guess I'm still torn. I think that this purchase it cuts into it. When we give a budget, you've just made a decision on it, and now you want to do more, and I understand that too. But I guess I'm still torn, and I'm not sure. I think I may support the motion, and I'm still sort of listening. I know I might be the last person anyway, so I'm just going to leave it at that. I know it didn't help from that decision-making process. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Eicher. Wait, could we just a moment?
Okay.
Sir, you're not allowed to sit on the floor. Please leave the chamber.
Can you tell me why?
The gallery is for guests, and this is.
Does that make sense to everybody in this room that there's empty chairs here? It's not accessible. This is not accessible. You have so many people who are against what you're doing in this room, and you're just barring them out with the very same state violence, with the threat of a gun. That's what you're voting on in this room. You're voting on, should we have more armed threats everywhere on the streets? Should we build our society, should we build our culture around that? You're gonna have that vote.
There are chairs in the gallery to sit at. There are chairs in the gallery.
But who we're keeping out because, because this person needs to be here and that person needs to be here and all these empty chairs over here. These people all need to be here, right? Sorry, you're not allowed on the board floor. So all I'm saying is there's way more chairs and we should have way more people in here making this decision.
There's an overflow room downstairs for people that they can watch it. And you can watch what.
And you know what?
There is a seat.
Help you hold you accountable and for us all to do this together.
There's going to be an opportunity for people to speak to the resolution, but we ask you to sit, well, I'm asking you to sit in the gallery, please.
I'm asking you to let people in this room.
The fire marshal does not allow us to exceed our capacity. These seats are.
Fill these seats and it'll be cool. We can all move on. Fill these empty chairs and let's go.
You're not allowed to sit in the chairs with the supervisors.
Hold your seat. Don't give it up. I was asked to sit in when there was empty seats for a different reason. Right. I mean, you're the one who is choosing for this to be a disruption too. Right? I didn't say anything until y'all came and harassed me.
We are now discussing the Downing motion. Is there further discussion? Supervisor Eicher.
On the motion from Supervisor Downing, I have the privilege of being on our Parks Commission and echo a lot of the statements that Supervisor Ripp had about this. And I would actually invite all of you to attend a Parks Commission meeting at some point. You can't sit in on our closed session, of course, but you'll really get to see that the work that our staff puts in on finding all sorts of funding sources for these projects. I do feel that this is appropriate, this addition to our conservation fund. I think the comments that were made in the ENER committee, this was something that I asked a lot of questions about at our Parks Commission meeting. Director Hicklin can attest to that. I did have a number of budget questions on this, and I feel really comfortable with adding this $5 million to our conservation fund so that our staff can do their jobs to increase our parks and open space in Dane County. So I encourage you to reject the amendment being put forth by Supervisor Downing and to support the motion as a whole, or the resolution as a whole.
Thank you, Supervisor Eicher. Supervisor Chenoweth. For a second time.
Thank you very much. I have one question, and then I have a comment after that.
Okay, Director Hicklin.
Could you I know the resolution itself talks about a certain number, $9.97 million. That's the purchase price. And I guess your statement, because I'm just learning this too right now, is that we'll have a balance in our fund, conservancy fund, after this purchase of about $1.5 million or something.
That's right, about 1.9 million.
And so the $5 million really is to kind of regenerate funds in that to kind of handle this. First of all, is it your estimation that we'll spend another $5 million this year before the budget year?
It's possible.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, it's hard to predict. We've been, it's not an exaggeration to say that the purchase before you tonight was worked on and off for over 10 years.
Yep.
Quite actively at some points, and so it's very hard to predict when any one transaction is going to come together.
Right.
But it is possible that we could hit that $5 million. But it's also possible that we might, go partway there, and then some of those transactions that might close this year could go into 2020.
In your estimation tonight, if this last 4 lines were taken off of this resolution, it would not impact the purchasing of the property or the purchase price or anything else. It's just a matter, all we're trying to do in the last 4 lines is just regenerate the budget amount.
It wouldn't impact tonight's acquisition, but I have to say it's really difficult to maintain the momentum of the program if we don't feel that there's funding available. So it's difficult for us to do our annual work planning without confidence that there would be a budget there to support the projects.
Is that an impact that's going to manifest within the next 2 weeks to 4 weeks, within the next month?
Hard to say.
Well, I want you to say, because it's, you're...
Yeah, I mean, I could. So, for example, we have a couple of projects right now. They're lakefront properties that were listed on the market. We were able to put offers in contingent, as always, on county board approval and some other work. And so we've got some really active projects going on right now that are incredibly time sensitive, and something like that would put those projects in jeopardy.
Thank you very much. One last comment, if I may, Madam Chair. I still don't see the urgency of actually including this in this purchase. I'm wholeheartedly supporting the purchase of this property, the price we're getting, and the process of putting that in place. But this writing, or just allocating another $5 million in a budget amendment, I believe is right now, not that I will oppose it, I think it's still going to be something that I will support, but I don't think it's something that we want to tack on to a purchase resolution of this magnitude. It's not contingent. I don't believe it's going to be contingent on the purchase of the property. I don't believe it's going to impact any other activities that we might have over the next 2 to 3 weeks, that we could get another budget amendment or a budget amendment resolution put before the committees, the Personnel and Finance Committee, and this board at our next meeting. So my estimation is I wholeheartedly ask my colleagues on this board delete this, support the Downing amendment, delete this, and let's take this up as a budget amendment as it should be. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Chenoweth. Is there further discussion on the Downing amendment? If not, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. No. The noes have it, and the amendment fails. On Resolution 44, as amended by Sub 1, is there discussion? This does require a 2/3 majority for passage. Supervisor Kiefer.
I would like to discuss it.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Yeah, so I would like to speak in favor of the purchase, and there's a lot of reasons to support it, but I want to focus on just one reason, and that has to do,
so much to say about everything but the fucking jail.
and that has to do with,
You care about everything but the lives of black people and black children? And no, I will not let you speak. And no, I will not be quiet. And no, nobody is escorting me out of this damn room.
so I would like to speak.
Bullshit that you got so much to say about everything but what fucking matters. You want to talk about
The next item on the agenda is going to be the issue that there has been comment about. If we could just get through this, we'll get to the item that there is a number of registrations on. So could you, Supervisor Kiefer?
Yes. This is an important purchase, and I want to talk specifically about why this relates to the issue of global climate change and how it relates back to that. That there are two aspects really to global climate change. One is decarbonizing the atmosphere, but the other is mitigating climate change. And that specifically relates to the likelihood, actually not the likelihood, but the certainty that as global climate change continues, we are going to have more flooding here in Wisconsin, in Dane County. And just this past week in the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel, it was stated, quote, Wisconsin is expected to experience more bouts of intense rainfall in the decades ahead, climate scientists predict. The state's most comprehensive climate report in 2011 found that rising air temperatures, shifting precipitation patterns, and increases in heavy rain events are anticipated because of climate change. And Madam Chair, I was actually in Middleton trying to get home to Wanakee when I was caught by the flooding that happened last August. And I came very close to having my car being flooded. Thankfully, I was able to get to some high ground and was able to avoid it. But this purchase, I think, is important because of the role it's going to play in absorbing excess rainfall. And I think it's important to keep in mind, because this is going to be a bigger and bigger issue as time goes on. Preparing for climate change is not going to be inexpensive. This is not an inexpensive purchase, but it is worth it for many reasons, but one of them being that once it's planted with prairie grass, native prairie grass, that's going to absorb more water than the current row cropping does, and certainly a lot more water than if this was developed, which would otherwise occur because it is right on the edge of the suburban fringe, so to speak, in Middleton. So I am in favor of it, and I think that we should all recognize that this is one very small piece of what's going to be a larger and larger issue this board will deal with in coming years, which is responding to global climate change. Thank you.
Supervisor Kiefer. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, this item does require a 2/3 majority for passage. If there's no objection, I'd like to have it recorded as such. I'd like to have it recorded as having passed unanimously, I should say. I see no objection, and it will be so recorded. The next item on the agenda is Resolution 35, authorizing the jail consolidation project and additional general obligation bonds to finance the jail consolidation project. We have a number of registrants on this, and I will call 3 names, and if folks would come forward to one of the microphones, and you will each have 5 minutes, and our staff in the front will help you to be able to wrap up your remarks by letting you know when you have a minute left. So we have first Kim Gasper Raybuck wishing to speak in opposition. Kim will be followed by Douglas Kramer and Erica Lopez. So Kim. Maybe if she might be coming up from the overflow room, I could, if Douglas Kramer is here, wishing to speak in support. You want to just speak from here?
This is easier to talk to, I think.
Oh, okay. If you would like. It just, that one has been struggling, but go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. Can I stand here and be heard?
Yes. You have 5 minutes. And staff will let you know when you have a minute left.
Madam Chair, Supervisors, if I were any of you in this room, I would not want to hear what I'm about to talk about. I'm Dr. Doug Kramer. Currently, I am a retired emeritus clinical professor of psychiatry at UW, medical director of Hope Haven Addiction Services, and consulting psychiatrist at Tachita Correctional Institution for Women. I'm speaking for myself. I'm not representing UW Psychiatry, Catholic Charities, or Wisconsin Corrections. I have no financial interest in the outcome. I have toured the Dane County Jail 3 times, written 3 articles in Madison newspapers, and 4 in the most widely read psychiatric publication in the U.S. about this topic. I also served on your Solitary Confinement and Incarceration Work Group Committee in 2015. Much of the discussion about our need for a new jail has been about the mentally ill and about the use of solitary confinement to protect our most severely mentally and medically ill patients. Who are the mentally ill that are incarcerated in Dane County and throughout the country? Some have schizophrenia. A sizable number have bipolar disorder. And remember, this is throughout the country, not just our local experience. A majority have post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD. A majority of the incarcerated people around the country and in Wisconsin have PTSD that are incarcerated in the jails and prisons. At least 85% of incarcerated women and at least 50% of incarcerated men have experienced severe sexual trauma, usually beginning in childhood. Most have PTSD. Most discover that heroin or other drugs, quote, numb the feelings, unquote, and stop trauma-related nightmares and flashbacks. I have rarely, almost never, spoken with a heroin user who enjoys the substance. In my opinion, based on over 70,000 patient interviews in my lifetime as a psychiatrist, people with PTSD suffer more than people with any other mental health disorder, in my opinion, based on a lot of time with patients. I tell friends and colleagues that my 4 years at Tachita have been the most important of my career, and I've had a long, good career. I am no longer surprised when patients tell me as their release date approaches, coming here saved my life. Coming here to prison saved my life. These girls, now women, never had a chance in life. Now they do because they had the opportunity to be at Tachita. The title of one national article I authored was, "If it were physical pain, it would be called torture." Solitary confinement in our jail means, in a 6 by 9 foot cell, listening to other prisoners screaming day and night and hearing loud metallic clanging reverberating throughout the facility. The isolation, the screaming, and the noise often triggers patients with PTSD to relive their trauma and remember what I told you the trauma was. I have heard the screaming, the clanging, and the reverberations. For mentally and medically ill patients, tell me this is not cruel and unusual punishment. How many years have we been doing this? How many more? I understand that some prefer community treatment over incarceration. This is a false dichotomy. The Dane County Jail is part of our community. Hundreds of people come and go every day. Solitary confinement will no longer be utilized to keep mentally and medically ill patients safe. There will be virtual total coverage by video monitoring. Completed suicides should be much less likely. With increased space and better logistics for programming, evaluations for PTSD and beginning treatment could begin. A Dane County Jail, as proposed, will be a crucial, compassionate, and life-saving participant in our system of community programs. Life-saving. For some of our citizens, our family members, and our neighbors, it might even be a place where coming here saved my life. Thank you very much.
Next up is Kim Gasper Raybuck, and followed by Erica Lopez and Linda Hoskins. And Supervisor Nelson, if you could come forward a moment. Kim, okay, 5 minutes.
I couldn't hear most of what he said, but what I could hear made me nauseous, so.
The reason, let's stop the timer a moment. The reason you couldn't hear is because there were people yelling, and we want to hear everyone. So please be respectful. If everyone could be respectful.
People were expressing their disgust over living in one of the most racist counties, in one of the most racist states in the entire country. So I'm going to look out here. I'm going to say, I don't know most of you people, but I got the feeling most of you people hate Donald Trump. I'm just going to guess. Most of you didn't vote for Donald Trump. And I'm going to guess one of the reasons you hate Donald Trump is because he keeps children incarcerated in boxes, right? He separates families, and he incarcerates children, puts them in boxes, right? You hate him for that. You wouldn't vote for him because he does that. That's what we're talking about doing here in Madison. Talking about continuing something that's been going on for decades and decades, separating families and putting minority children in boxes. And you're about to make a decision to do that. That's what Donald Trump would do. Does that feel good? Does that feel good? I got the feeling none of you people probably think of yourself as Trump supporters. Well, maybe over here to my right, but not you included, just these police back here in the corner that have been here a long time. But, okay, so now I'm going to say my thing. And I'm going to try and say it in a way that makes sense. But it just killed me to hear people talk about, how safe these boxes are going to make our children and our community and our society. And that, liberal, polite, friendly, progressive Madison somehow thinks that building boxes to put black children in is different than building boxes at the border to put brown children in. It's exactly the same. Exactly the same. So I'm here to speak against the Dane County spending $227 million of our tax dollars to build a prison designed to hold children who've gone through Madison's public schools. My son went through Madison's public schools, and then I put him through Middleton public schools, and then I've pulled him to try to keep him safe. My son is a dark-complected, 250-pound, African-American, autistic, 16-year-old gem of a human being. Frankly, all children are gems of human beings, but my child is always at risk. He's always at risk. He doesn't have to do anything. He can walk outside my apartment door, and he is at risk. My child watched the police beat up a young man yesterday on his phone, and he beat his head against the wall again. And he said to me, Mom, there's a bullseye on my back. And I say, yeah, honey, I know. And he says, yeah, Mom, I know you know. And I love you because guy on his back. He's a beautiful, loving, nonviolent, brilliant, funny, special kid. You know, who happened to get the short straw. Happened to get the short straw. Like all black people in this country happened to get the short straw. So you're talking about $227 million. The person who thought $5 million, I'm sure he's a good guy, I don't mean to bring that up. How many zeros go after $5 million? You know how many zeros go after $227 million? I divided that by the number of black people in Dane County. You know what? Every single black person in Dane County would get $10,000. Okay, so I'm in favor of reparations. I say fine, every single black person in Madison, Wisconsin gets $10,000. Or we could do this another way. We could take that $227 million and we could divide it by the number of people who are black who are in this jail right now. And you know how much they would get each? $650,000. $650,000. Just divide it up. 227 million divided by 350 people. And we're going to get $650,000. That's reparations. Let's do that. Let's do that. Okay? So the police beat up a 17-year-old boy in his parents' house yesterday with a bag on his head. With a bag on his head. A police officer punched a child, and I always use the word child when I'm referring to black children. Do you know why?
Your time is
they
up.
They are children. Until you are 18, you are a child. And they're always trying to make my 16-year-old, since he was 10 years old, they've been trying to make my 16-year-old into an adult. He is a child. The person they beat up yesterday is a child. And you know what? You can cut my mic off. Go right ahead and cut my mic off.
Erica, thank you for your comments, but we do have lots of other people who would like to speak.
Proud people who are standing up here and saying, don't you cut my mic off. Guess what? They perhaps can't afford or risk being arrested or dragged out of this building, but God damn it, I can't. Kid who doesn't have a black teacher or a black counselor or any black history or anything that he needs in his school. Any black counselors or therapists or psychiatrists or psychologists. Nothing. No one. Zero. All right?
Thank you, Erica. As a courtesy to others who would like to speak,
To the 350 black people.
Next up, wishing to speak in favor is Linda Hoskus, followed by Jackson C. Willis.
No reason. You can't tell me. I'm Erica. You cannot tell me
What's that?
there are. You cannot tell me Erica Lopez that there are 10.
Oh, you're next. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
You
Okay.
cannot tell me that there are 10 times as many black people committing crimes than there are white people. If you think that the black people in Madison are 10 times more violent than you are, you're a racist. Yes. If you think that half of the jail population being black, when we have a 5% black population in Madison, you are racist. Right. So frankly, I don't know you, Mr. Russ, and I don't know you, Ms. Eicher, and I don't know you, Mr. Kiefer, and I don't know you, Mr. Knoll, and I don't know you, Ms. Danner, and I don't know you folks. I'm sorry, I don't know you folks. I'm gonna bet the most of you think you're anti-racist people. You want to serve the population of Madison. That's why you ran. The population of Madison includes 25,000 black people, and they deserve reparations, and they do not deserve a $227,000 million jail. You want to talk about a joke? Here's a joke. $227 million for a jail that's gonna last 75 years. In 12 years, the whole fucking place is gonna be underwater. Okay? We're talking about an environmental crisis, and all the people sitting over there know about environmental crisis, right? Because people of color live in the places where they breathe crap air and they drink crap water.
Talk about it.
So we're talking about the reality of $227 million to put 700 people in jail, half of them black, when in 12 years we're going to be in such a severe environmental crisis that this is all, we're all going to be looking back and going, what on earth were we doing? What on earth were we thinking? So my kid went to a beautiful school called Cromrie in Middleton. I moved there hoping he could get some special ed services. It was a $54 million school. It serves 1,200 children. 54 million. We could build 4 brand new high schools in Madison.
Right.
So
I don't know. I don't have a good answer for that.
high school, you wouldn't have any black children to put in the jail.
Right.
All right? So you think about that. You think about that. Do you want to be remembered as a person who built a jail or a person who potentially built 4 new high schools in a city whose schools are known as the school to prison pipeline nationally? Nationally, they're known for that. Do you want to be thought of as like, Trump-like person who puts children in boxes?
Say that.
That's the
Put it
reality.
right back on, we can't hear it.
That's the reality. That's the reality.
Kim.
Whenever you want to think about what you're doing, think again. If you think that black people in Madison are 10 times more violent than you are, because that's what you have to believe in order to believe that building a new jail is a solution to a socioeconomic crisis that demands and deserves reparations.
Erica, are you ready to speak now? Next up is Erica Lopez, wishing to speak in opposition, followed by Linda Hoskins. You have 5 minutes.
My name is Erica Lopez. I'm the daughter of immigrants. I'm a mother. I'm queer. I'm Latinx. I'm a poverty lawyer, speaking not just for myself, but I'm also...
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Can we restart my time?
A little.
So my name is Erica Lopez. I'm a daughter of immigrants. I'm a mother. I'm queer. I'm Latinx. I'm a poverty lawyer. Behind my voice is not just the voice of my own children, but all of the people that I've represented over the 8 years that I've represented, mostly disabled, mostly African American, mostly people of color in their disability determination cases. What I've seen is that these individuals are mistreated at schools by police officers. They go to jail because of their disabilities. I'm also a constituent of District 17. I'm not represented today. You need to delay this vote so that my supervisor can be sworn in and vote on this issue. There are other districts that are also unrepresented today. And so at the very least, this vote needs to be delayed. Obviously, this is a very important issue in our community, and you need to make sure that you give people the opportunity to be represented. So this is not just about a jail, obviously, right? This is not just about this jail. It's not just about cops in schools. It's about your priorities as a body. Your priorities, your dollars, how you make these decisions and spending these dollars. This is the most amount of money in a construction project that will be spent on a jail. Not on preventive services, not on education, not on health care, not on mental health care, not on social services, not on education, not on child care. That's a decision you're making. This is your prioritization of this community, of this county, that you care more about building a jail than providing services, urgent services that are needed in our community. Punishment and retribution, which is incarceration, does not work. Doesn't keep our community safe. It doesn't prevent crime. So why are you spending so much money on that? It doesn't work. I don't have to cite statistics about how it doesn't work. Everybody knows it doesn't work. Not only that, but it's an institution of racism. It's built on pillars of racism. And so what you are saying is that this county cares to spend money on a racist institution because that's what you care about. That's how you value. $5 million for conservancy, $225 million for a jail. Where are the considerations for affordable housing, hospitals, mental health care? So I represent clients that have to wait months and months and months, psychotic clients that have no idea that they need help. They don't get the help, and so they get arrested when they aren't taking their medication, and then they're taken to jail, okay? I know this because my clients are on Medicaid. There are wait lists months and months long. They don't have any other option. And so instead of building a jail or putting money towards building this jail, this community needs services. Have you ever been to prison? The psychiatrist has, I have. There's only people of color, the mentally ill, the physically disabled, and the poor. Really marginalized communities, communities that I represent every day and that I speak for. I'm here to speak for them because they can't speak for themselves. And you as a body need to understand that this community is angry because you're choosing, this is your priority. Dollar amount, actions speak louder than words. These dollar amounts speak to the fact that you care to uphold a racist institution rather than what our community needs, which are services. Thank you.
Thank you, Erica. Next up is Linda Hoskins, wishing to speak in support, followed by Jackson C. Willis.
I first want to thank the county board for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Linda Hoskins. I'm a community activist of over 60+ years. I am a volunteer that volunteers free. I've never been to jail and I've never been arrested, but I've been in Dane County Jail ever since 1993 helping people. And I challenge everybody in here that say we don't need a jail to go to jail, stay for the weekend, and then come out and say what you think that we should have. Thank you, Sheriff, first of all, for being concerned. This is not only about building a jail. This is about the people that's in the jail that can die anytime. So if you got love in your heart, you're going to be caring about the people that's in the jail. You've already told us over and over again that the jail can catch on fire. Not only will the inmates get burned up, your staff will too. So I don't know who in here don't think about what you are saying. Because you can build a jail, but you cannot bring a life back. Yes, we need a new jail. We need a jail with all kind of programs and everything in it. And who people need to be yelling at is the police department, because they got a problem over there. They need to be talking to the judges, because the judges are the ones sending the people to you, or the police, after they're being arrested. One thing I can say, I'm black. I'm proud to be black. Yes, there's racism here, but this is not about a racism. This is about jail. And I hope and I pray and I appreciate it when the people come up here to the mic, they're talking about what can we do to help you and help the people stay out of jail. I know there's programs here, and there's programs that's doing good, but there's a lot of programs that's here that people are using for homes, boats, cars, and vacation. So what we all need to do as a gather as a community to get together and challenge some of these programs that's supposed to be helping people. I can say that. I worked in this school system ever since '93. I've seen kids come through the system that they want to send to a carnival walk. One time I had a young man that I was helping, was 6'4", and they want to send him up there to a group home. And the first thing I asked him, why would you send a black boy to carnival walk where there's nothing but white people for 2 or 3 police to kill him? Those are facts. So the facts is here, why people don't want a new place and a comfortable place and not a dungeon for people to stay in, and we might wake up any time and everybody's gone.
We do want a new place. It's called housing. It's called jobs. It's called other opportunities.
I'm talking, so I appreciate if you let me go on and talk. And I'll say it again, we need a new facility. We need a lot of people shipped out. Yes, some of them in there for, it's not only blacks in there, it's more blacks and it's more brown than it is white. But nevertheless, some of them in there did a crime, some of them probably didn't. But that's not what we're here for. We're here for a new jail. We need it, and I hope each and every one of you supervisors, if you love people and you're concerned about the people that are behind the bar, vote for this and find anything else y'all can do. And then we, the people of this county, in this city, need to get it right and go to the people that's responsible, whatever, because we're here tonight about the jail, so thank you.
Thank you. Next up, next up is Jackson Willis, followed by Ariel Pena, followed by Luke Eckenrod. So Jackson Willis. You have 5 minutes.
Hello. My name is Jackson Willis. I've lived, worked, and I've gone to school in Dane County for my entire life. I'm also a member of Socialist Alternative. I oppose Resolution 35, and I urge you all to reject it with extreme prejudice. I'm here with the dozens of people who are able to show up, and also in spirit with the 55% of people in Wisconsin who agree that we need to cut the amount of people who are incarcerated in half. I also live in District 4, and I want to thank Supervisor Kilmer for his opposition as well. So at this point, you've heard all the arguments against the resolution, but you're still going to say it's the best choice given the circumstances. Yes, but these circumstances are self-imposed due to the long-time inaction of the county board. Yeah. In actual fact, we can take necessary action to address social problems. It's been done before. The first speaker, Jessica, from like 2 hours ago, said, like, it's not as if we don't have proposals. People have been coming with these things for a very, very long time. Yeah. And as a young person, I'm just absolutely sick of this. Inaction about incarceration, inaction on housing, inaction on mental health. We face a likely economic depression coming up and the resurgence of a militant right wing, like actual fascists. So we can't afford to be inactive, like especially right now. We need a massive redistribution of wealth and a massive investment in all of our communities right now. So the proverb is that the best time to plant a tree is 20 years ago and the second best time is now. Well, we need to plant our seeds before the soil is washed away, you know, figuratively and literally. So let's start with housing, jobs, education, and healthcare. And all of you need to stop excusing yourselves from neglecting these crises. So I went to Minnesota a few years ago, and I got this magazine. It's an economics magazine. And the headline is, "The worst place in the U.S. to be black is Wisconsin." Yeah, we live in an extremely segregated state. This is why we need investment and redistribution. And increasing the number of jail beds in Dane County is diametrically opposed to any kind of progressive or, at the very least, a humane political project. So I'm not saying this to be unfair to you guys or contrarian. What I want is for Dane County to be a place that is actually livable for all the people that actually live here. Our whole economy, though, is exploitative, ruthless, and it's just awful at allocating labor for the necessary things we need to do. Like $227 million, like that's an insane amount of money. Like seriously, imagine what we could do and how quickly we could do it if this process were in any way like more democratic, intent on serving people's needs, independent of like a profit-seeking MO and all of the constraints that come with that. We need to start immediately integrating as many people as we can from the county jail back into society. Like, the incarceration in the United States is unreal. Like, no other country does it this much. It's not the best or only option. Putting people in jail is harmful to individuals, families, and communities. Not to mention all the people who are interned in there for technical violations of parole, not crime. Lack of bail, not crime. Lack of papers, not crime. Crimes of poverty. It's insane the number of people that are in there. In the United States, we have 6 million unemployed by the U3 count, 11 million people by U6. Like, given all of the resources that we have in our society that are being unused, the suggestion that the kind of change that we need is impossible is absurd and, frankly, incredibly irresponsible. It is well within our ability as a society to end mass incarceration. So I urge you, vote no on Resolution 35, and follow as well the example of Supervisor Wegleitner by signing on to the Community Alternative Plan and expanding the Criminal Justice Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Ariel Pena, followed by Luke Eckenrod, followed by Cassandra Steiner. Ariel Pena.
Yeah, okay. My name is Ariel Pena, and I am a social worker from the community here to urge you to oppose the new jail and utilize these funds for much-needed community resources instead. I was going to say that I am disappointed to speak against the funds being allocated to a jail, but that would mean that I had the expectation that you would not do something like this. I'm from Milwaukee, and at least they don't pretend to be progressive. The money that you're allocating, as someone that helps people navigate resources, they are scarce. You allocated $90 million in county resources for community resources this year, and that is this jail is triple the amount of money that you'd be allocating. So jails were designed and intended in part for deterrence and rehabilitation. However, this has proven ineffective, consistently served as a space to isolate, devalue, and criminalize poverty, mental illness, drug addiction, and it's a form of control that reinforces a direct avenue of systematic racism. Time and time again, studies come out verifying what we already know: the impact and trauma associated with confinement on well-being, employment, family disruption, among others, for minor convictions. Yet we claim that mental health services in a confined space and traumatizing space will resolve the issue of what we decide to incarcerate people for in a system that continues to disproportionately target our community of color that the county claims to care so much about. In social work, we learned that trauma-informed care critical elements for healing and rehabilitation include safety, transparency and trust, choice, collaboration, and empowerment. If you have been in jails in our county or any jail in general, you quickly learn that nothing about jail inhibits any element for rehabilitation or healing. In jail, rehabilitation is not a priority and only exacerbates the problem by isolation, further barriers to obtain needed resources, and communicates that some people in our community are not valued or welcomed back into our society. Who is at the table and how you prioritize our community resources is not only a source of power, but communicates our county's values. And you are making a decision that will undoubtedly impact our community in either a positive or a negative way. You are deciding whether to vote to value money, what you know, or all of our community, and whether to become a direct source and contributor to systematic racism. Something this county perpetuates disproportionately to the rest of the nation, and whether or not to contribute to the criminalization of some of our most vulnerable community members. Make the right decision and utilize your decision-making power not to further contribute to and to relinquish the sources of our community struggle that devalue our community members' worth, and take the necessary steps for healing by directing funds to the community with the community's guidance that is necessary for meaningful change. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Luke Eckenrod, followed by Cassandra Steiner, and then Sonia Worthy. Luke Eckenrod wishing to speak in opposition.
Hello again. My name is Luke. I'm an organizer of Socialist Alternative. I was an organizer with Derail the Jail the last time you all tried to spend tens of millions of dollars on racist mass incarceration. I cannot say I'm happy to see most of you. We're not here today because of an accident. We did not get to this point where the board is proposing to spend almost $250 million on incarceration. It's not an accident that 55% of the jail is black or that 40% are on psychotropic medications in need of mental health services. Last time around, we got to hear all the disingenuous arguments about the need for a new jail through the crocodile tears of those like Rusk and Baird, that we can't keep people locked up in the medieval torture chamber that is the 6th and 7th floor of this building, that it's been 15 years of successful and attempted suicides, of locking up minors, of torturing those experiencing mental health crises with solitary confinement. Oh, and yeah, that we tried to take out a new insurance policy, but we couldn't, so now we need to spend $108 million on a new jail. It's truly jaw-dropping to hear the stories of trauma and suicide distorted and abused in order to justify even more money going towards mass incarceration. And Mahoney is far better than Rusk. Let's give him that. He's very slick at giving sob stories. But what the pro-jail establishment always fails to mention is that they actually have the authority to do something about this all this time. Surprise, surprise. It's been 15 years of the sheriff choosing to keep the 22% of those in jail that are there because they can't afford money bail instead of putting them to housing supervision. 22% of those incarcerated who have been deemed, even by the deeply racist and unfair criminal justice system, to be safe for the community, or the 20% who are incarcerated due to technical violations of parole, like maybe buying a phone without getting approval from their PO. Because if it was, it would be exposed that these arguments about community safety are bullshit. It's never been mentioned by Rusk that while he toured the facility 15 years ago and had his eyes open to the horrendous nature of the jail, that he has since been voting every year to transfer money from the Health and Human Services budget over to the Orwellianly named public safety budget. He and the rest of the board, and it's amounted to $65 million over the last 15 years. What's also conveniently left out by the keepers of the status quo is that there were several community work groups that were tasked with proposing ways to reduce incarceration, and that while they did their jobs, virtually none of their recommendations have been implemented. Yet somehow the board found it necessary to still hire a consulting firm to find solutions to the 6th and 7th floor. And miraculously, it was this same company that was granted the contract to build the jail. We probably won't find out until later whether or not they're going to get the contract again or how many more millions of dollars you're willing to give them for their lobbying efforts. If any of this was mentioned, it would be clear that the arguments about having no option but keeping investing and locking up black, brown, and poor bodies was not only disingenuous, but that the majority of this county board is complicit in maintaining the incarceration rate of these people. Mead and Hunt are considered experts enough for the board, but the dozens of experts and professionals I've heard speak against it are an annoying buzz to you. The dozens and dozens of community members who have made it clear this is not up for a debate are fuck all to you. While this appears like rocket science to fifth graders for the majority of the board, for the numbers speak for themselves for most of us. When 54% of the black folks in Dane County are under the poverty line, when 50% of individuals and 76% of families are black that are using homeless services, it is not a surprise that 55% of the jail is black when poverty is criminalized. You look like you were born literally yesterday when you're confronted about how we got here. But it's clear. When you have systematically deprived resources from the areas that are needed, when you choose year after year along with the Madison Common Council to invest in incarceration while putting up blinders to economic inequality, it's obvious you are complicit in this problem. You have agency in this, while those most negatively impacted only have the ability to organize and disrupt. But unfortunately, you have aligned yourselves against those most in need of your support. So I'm not here to convince you, especially not my county supervisor, Corrigan, who oversees one of the poorest neighborhoods in Middleton, who clearly holds nothing but derision for the black and brown bodies there. By the way, it's also my neighborhood that ICE comes to when they're carrying out their deportations. I'm here to say this. We could be spending $227 million on building social housing and training the black, brown, and poor folks in need of jobs to carry out the building of these homes. We need 26,000 affordable units to address the housing insecurity in Dane County. This could be backed up by ending the TIF districts and actually taxing the big developers that are causing this crisis. We could spend it on healthcare services, including a crisis restoration center, on education, investing in the black and brown youth who are now being tossed away into your incarceration system. And I'm here to say that we win this not by the grace of you, but by getting organized and winning this for ourselves. Because you'll only care when it threatens your political careers. Because you're aligned with the interests not of the working class and poor constituents, but of the corporations you're funding with this project, of the banks who are profiting in millions from racism. The last thing I wanted to say, ultimately, we who are organizing for our own interests will need to turn our sights to the underlying problem here, a capitalist system which is set to benefit the profits of a few like Meade and Hunt in the banks at the expense of the many, with those oppressed by their identity suffering the worst. Solidarity to everybody but the members of the board here that are going to be voting to give money to the rich and support racist mass incarceration. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Cassandra Steiner, followed by Sonia Worthy, and then Teddy Shibabaugh. So Cassandra Steiner, wishing to speak in opposition.
Thank you. Before I talk about the issue at hand, I want to make an observation. I've been to countless board meetings for work, and when it's white environmentalists in the room, we sit in all these chairs, we pack back along the wall, and we crowd the entryway. And I've watched our issues bumped to the top of the agenda so that people don't have to sit here all night, and that's notable. Our county is facing a problem. We've heard from many people about how the jail is unsafe. There are health and safety violations that are not conditions people should be living in, and by that I mean people shouldn't be living in the jail in the first place. Our county is facing a multitude of problems, many of which folks here are testifying with more experience than I have personally. Racial segregation and disparities, police brutality, and a punitive justice system that's anything but just. People should not be living in those conditions either. Right now, all of you on the board are at a pivotal moment. Your vote on this jail does not just impact this year or this decade. These jails last decades and decades and decades. I've heard a lot of you talk about the justice system and racial justice. I've heard it in your campaign speeches, and I know it's something that you want to commit to, and so I'm compelling you to use courage and show your commitment to this. Instead of a new jail that lasts 50 to 100 years and locks us into this criminal justice system, we need to be redistributing that wealth. We need to create a plan for decarceration. We need to invest in housing and health care and racial justice. We need to invest in our schools. We know that when jails are built, cops and the courts find a way to fill those jails.
Don't they?
Jails need to be closed, and building a new one delays that decision onto the next board, however many years into the future, to make this decision. And it locks us into this unjust system for even longer. Dane County has been a leader on so many issues, and I've watched you be really brave on environmental issues countless times. You're well positioned to send a signal to the legislature, to the governor, and to the rest of Wisconsin that Dane County is committed to changing things around here. There have been solutions proposed. There have been solutions proven to work in other communities. There have been solutions proposed by your colleagues, Yogesh and Heidi. We need to commit to undoing the white supremacy that this community in this country was built upon, and that can begin by not building a new jail and not filling those cells. Do not approve this jail, and instead reinvest in the community that so desperately needs it. I know many of you personally. I've had conversations with you about how hard this decision is for you and how it keeps you up at night. And I compel you to think about why it keeps you awake. Because I have a feeling you know what the right thing is to do. Do it. No more new jails.
Thank you. Next up is Sonia Worthy, followed by Teddy Shibaba, followed by Ishmael Ozan. Sonia Worthy, wishing to speak in opposition.
Okay. Hi. My name is Sonia Worthy, and I'm asking you to vote no on building a new jail and instead vote for Heidi's proposal, which she has spoken to you about or will. I'm a mental health social worker at Journey Mental Health, and I work with formerly incarcerated folks who live with health concerns like schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, and also who struggle with some of the most addictive substances like crack cocaine, heroin, and meth. And just before I start what I'm gonna say, Dr. Diamond, I know you, at Journey and my program at CTA, you are revered across the country. I mean, in my MSW program, we talked up and down about you, and I'm up here shaking, I'm so disappointed. I'm so disappointed. So in my field, I hear a lot of talk about people being institutionalized. And what people mean by that is that someone has been traumatized so severely by an institution like a jail, prison, or psychiatric facility that living in the community without the direct fear and expectation of punishment and violence seems impossible. People who are institutionalized learn that violence and punishment are the norm, that violence and punishment are the way to solve problems. And then they're expected to live in the community. And it's no wonder that people learn this from a young age when we pay cops with guns to be in our youth schools. So 76% of people who are incarcerated end up back in jail within 5 years, on average. When we invest more in jails, we are creating more traumatized and institutionalized members of our community. And how do we treat people who have experienced trauma, who aren't good victims of trauma, if they aren't respectable victims, if they curse and fight and are angry by what they have experienced? They're locked up. And the cycle continues. We create more traumatized people than we incarcerate traumatized people. So we create the conditions that necessitate jails. And I want to say that one more time. By investing in jails, we are creating the conditions that the system says necessitates jails. So we need to divest the money that supports the mass incarceration of Black folks, disabled folks, and queer folks, and instead use that money to invest in community resources as Heidi has laid out. And I also wanted to, as a white queer person, thank the board for bringing up Pride Month. Thank you. As many in this room know, the beginning of the liberation movement for queer folks in this country is collectively and lovingly remembered, being moved forward by a Black trans woman named Marsha P. Johnson, who, as a sex worker, literally fought back with her body against police brutality. Marsha and her community fought police officers in the streets for their dignity and their lives. Many people who remember the first Pride say it was a riot. And it was a riot because queer and trans people were being violently incarcerated, beaten, and raped by police officers. Pride was a riot against jails, against incarceration, and against the police. So if you're gonna celebrate Pride this month, if you're gonna celebrate Juneteenth this month, you cannot vote for this jail. Anyone who votes for this jail, y'all are just invited from any Pride, from now on, just invited from any Pride celebration. And I'm not gonna speak about Juneteenth, but I'm sure you can ask the Black people in the audience, are they invited to Juneteenth? Cause, okay. Y'all are not welcome if you vote for this jail. Just like uniformed officers are not welcome in Pride due to the historic and brutalization of queer and trans people of color, queer and trans sex workers. The police are not welcome because they have done violence to our community. So if you vote for this jail, you are actively doing violence to us. But as Monka said at the last Safe Schools Coalition meeting, y'all in your privilege can do violence against whole communities and still maintain respectability in the eyes of the general public. But we know better. And we will remember who commits violence against us and against our neighbors. So vote for Black folk, vote for queer Black people, and vote against this jail. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Teddy Shibaba, followed by Ishmael Ozan, followed by Nick Quaty. Teddy Shibaba. I wonder why.
You can repeat it, don't push it up too.
It's Teddy Shababa is my name. I'm an organizer with Socialist Alternative. I was also an organizer with Derail the Jail. Once again, you are reacting to problems of your own creation, helped, of course, by your colleagues in the city government, not to mention state government. For years and decades, health, human needs, and housing funding has been kept at anemic levels as, quote unquote, the public safety budget. Let's call it the carceral state budget, because your sense of public safety seems to be different from what the public actually needs in terms of safety and shelter, safety and secure jobs, safety and drug addiction being treated like illness instead of crime. Last time we raised a ruckus about this, it was about $108 million to build on an existing structure. Meat and Hunt gorged on our millions of dollars. That pretty much went down the drain any way you see it, but it's deeply suspicious that a design flaw was later discovered, which means, oh my goodness, we will have to build an entirely new building costing at least twice as much money and many more millions for Mead and Hunt. I feel like I know the secret behind the name of that company. It's got our local government drunk on their mead, while they hunt for our tax dollars to profit from the caging of Black and brown and poor folks. Not only Mead and Hunt, but the banks from which this money will be borrowed will get tens of millions of dollars in interest, more than they would have gotten even with the original plan. And they will remain nameless. No one will know who they are. The news will have stopped paying attention to this jail when the banks will continue to collect interest for years on years while they quietly profit from racism. You should reject this entire project. You should reject the jail. You should also reject the youth detention facility y'all didn't even bother having a discussion over. Use the same amount of money in capital funds if you want to be restricted by your technicalities that you create just to prevent people to fight for the money that they need. But even if we want to stick to that, use that same amount of money in capital funds to build county-owned, permanently affordable housing, build structures for mental health and drug treatment facilities, and if you need money for the money we will need to staff those buildings and operate those services, get the money by starving the beast that is the sheriff's department.
Starve that shit.
If you're afraid of the sheriff or all of the companies that stand to lose money, should justice actually be served tonight, we'll back you up, right? If they did that, right? We'll back you up. We will stand with you if you stand with us. So show us that your pretense of standing for ordinary working class people, for people of color, is not counterfeit, liberal, carceral bullshit.
Next up is Ishmael Ozan, followed by Nick Quaty, followed by Carl Locher. D.A. Ozan, wishing to speak in support.
So, I'm Ishmael Ozan. I'm your Dane County District Attorney. I'm here to speak in support of the jail. I'm here to speak in support of the jail, not because I believe jail does anyone any good. Not that I think prisons do anyone any good.
Gotta keep your job.
But at this time, where we are right now in this community, we need to commit to a humane facility. A facility that once we actually affect somebody's liberty, we can treat them with the care and dignity they deserve.
How about before you disrespect their liberty?
You know, I would like to, and I have pushed this community for resources well in front of my office, well in front of the criminal justice system. This is an uncomfortable but necessary conversation. And I am glad that you're here. I am glad that you are voicing your opposition. I will stay here all night if you want to keep speaking all night, because I think it is necessary for myself, as your elected, as all of the rest of these electeds, to hear you. But I am also here to talk about what we need to do to change this criminal justice system. There are talks around the nation by district attorneys from New York to California, from Mississippi, Florida, Minnesota, the South Dakotas, and Wisconsin about how to rethink incarceration, about how to hopefully take the prisons that we now have and change them if we cannot get rid of them. And right now, I will tell you, we do not have an ability to get rid of every prison and every jail. What I would say today is this: if all we are going to do is vote for a new jail, if that's all you're going to decide today, and actually this plan is to reduce the number of beds available to the sheriff and to the system.
It's still higher than we need each day.
I am not arguing that point. I am not arguing that point. I am not arguing that point. So here is where I am. Here's where I am.
Worry about the police or the jail.
If all we are going to do is vote on building a new building, then I would say vote no. But what you are voting on is an ability to change the criminal justice system within Dane County. If you would listen, if you would listen, if you would listen, if you would listen, if you would listen.
We don't have any.
Ma'am.
Remember that shit.
No one interrupted you, ma'am.
Here's where I am. Here's where I am. I understand exactly what is happening in our community, miss. Miss. Okay, first and foremost, I cannot act until I receive a full, completed investigation. Okay? And no, stop. If I can't speak to you, I can't answer you. Okay? I cannot issue charges without a completed investigation. I have not received a referral. I have not received a referral from that incident yet, okay? No one is talking about just, and I can't talk about open investigations. So, what I am asking,
My son hit a police officer 3 times. Right. They would shoot. Would you need a damn investigation for that? They would shoot.
I don't believe that.
Interrupted you.
I don't believe that. So, where we are is this.
I'm going to call a recess. We're going to recess for 10 minutes. I'm going to call the meeting to order.
Whose meeting is it? Our meeting. Whose meeting is it? Our meeting.
Supervisor Chawla.
What are we gonna do? Shut it down. If we don't get it, 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 shut it down.
Supervisor Chawla.
Hello, everyone. Can I have the floor for 1 second? Excuse me. Excuse me. Can I have the floor for 1 second? Excuse me. Excuse me. Can I have the floor?
When we tell people to take more time, we're talking about you, Dane.
Your 5 minutes is up. Sit down.
We're going to go, we're back in session. DA Ozan is going to finish later. Next up is Nick Poiti, followed by Carl Locher, followed by Stephanie Hema. I'll have you, yeah. No, go to your seat. Is Nick Poiti here? Okay, just one moment. Supervisor Chawla on a point.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for taking the opportunity to listen to me. As you know, I've been opposed to the jail since I ran for office and since I've been in office, and I thank the public here for the testimony, and this process has taught me we have to do a better job listening. Not only listening to the hundreds of emails from concerned community members about the crippling racial disparities we have and the people talking about their shared experiences, but to also my colleagues on the board. We have an important discussion and an important debate to have, and my fear is when meetings get shut down, the points that I want to bring up for criminal justice reform, something I've been doing professionally for the last 17 years, they don't get heard, and I'm not part of the conversation. We need to figure out a way where we can all work together on these points. And that also includes listening to our constitutional officers. And I ask our constitutional officers in the coming hours here to be respectful for how important of an issue this is to everybody and try to do your best to not antagonize people. I know that's a personal decision that you might have to make, but I ask you to make it. You have every right to speak. You have every right to be up there. But if what you are saying is antagonizing people, it is not moving our process forward. So that is just a personal plea that I have. So listening starts with me. So I would like us to sit down and see if we can have this meeting without headphones, and we could ask everyone to go within your 5 minutes. And if you need to finish a point, go ahead and please finish your point, because I want to hear all of you. And when we're shouting here, I can't hear you. I don't want us to be shouting at each other in meetings. I want us to be sitting at the table together. I want to listen to you. I want to listen to my colleagues. I want to listen to the constitutional officers. This is going to be a hard meeting to finish, but let's see if we can do this together as a community. I want to hear you. Thank you.
Next up is Nick Poiti. And he'll be followed by Carl Locher and Stephanie Hama.
Hi, yeah, my name's Nick Pwetz. I
sorry.
live in District 6. I work in District 37. I work in manufacturing. I'm an engineer. It doesn't take an engineer to see that what's going on here is deeply shameful and sort of, I mean, does everyone here understand the history of the United States? I mean, do I have to talk to y'all like you're dumb or evil? You know, which approach am I taking with this? I'm inclined to believe evil at this point, but I don't want to really believe that. You know, there's not really much for me to say that hasn't been said, you know, but obviously some of y'all like to put in your headphones and listen to music or something calming like that when this is going on. So, yeah, I think it's pretty patently, it's pretty disgusting. I mean, have we read the 13th Amendment, right? Do we know that slavery is still used as a punishment for a crime? Do we understand what creating more beds in a jail does? It incentivizes an industry around that. It creates a prison industrial complex, just like creating wars, building tanks, creates an incentive to industrialize the militarization process, a military industrial complex. Do you not see the logic that's at play here? Do you not understand the linchpin that we are perpetuating when we fund a jail with $227 million? Last time, a year and a half ago, it was $108 million. We have all this money to throw for locking people in cages, but when it comes to getting decent health care or housing or education or nutrition, where is it? Can someone riddle me that? Right? I mean, is it this hard? What's the impetus here? I'm really curious because I haven't really heard any good alternatives. So I didn't prepare anything for this. Everyone said enough beautiful things and very well elucidated and coherent and cogent. Listen to these voices. It's what is the math here? I'm not understanding.
Thank you. Next up is Carl Locher, followed by Stephanie Hama and Carl Locher. Not here. Stephanie Hama. Okay.
Hi.
Oh, sorry. 5 minutes.
I'm not going to say anything that hasn't already been said tonight brilliantly. I stand here and I just can't imagine that as a society we're going to decide to spend these resources on a jail. It's pretty shameful, disgusting. I guess I just wanted to have my voice heard tonight as this goes down. I think it's kind of unforgivable that we would do this. That's all.
Thank you. Next up is C.V. Vitolo, followed by Jury Mayo, followed by Sambo, and I can't read the last name. So,
this is actually a bit embarrassing. I actually meant to register to talk about the Juneteenth provision, and so with the permission of the chair, would it be okay if I spoke to it, even though I wasn't quite thinking when I filled that out?
You're not wishing to speak to?
It would be about the Juneteenth
no,
provision.
We're doing...
All right, well, then I'll make it about the jail. That's fair. But I'm still first going to say that I want to thank the board for honoring Juneteenth today. I want to thank you for honoring the necessity and the moral righteousness of the militant struggle to free the unfree. Thank you for honoring the justice inherent when millions are shackled of taking seriously our constitutional right to revolt against tyranny. Thank you for honoring the New York Slave Rebellion, where slaves set fire to their plantations, chasing away their captors with guns and machetes and hatchets and swords. Thank you for honoring the Stono Rebellion, who broke into storm fronts to arm themselves, fighting their way through anyone who would keep them bound. And they burned 6 plantations along the way. It's pretty good, 6 plantations. Yeah, it's pretty good. So thank you for honoring that the fight for freedom in the face of a government that is either too evil or too unimaginative to do anything other than control and confine black life wherever they happen to find it flourishing must be fought by any means necessary. You know, I used to wonder if the government The members of the government during those years thought that the confined and their allied abolitionists were stupid. Why else would they let the nation go to war when they could have freed the shackled? Why did the representatives not listen to the will of the people? Why did they let it come to bloodshed? But now I see, they didn't just think the abolitionists were stupid. Those who held power simply lived such comfortable lives so far removed from those whose freedoms they had taken away that they couldn't see the writing on the wall about what people are willing to do to fight for their freedom. So happy Juneteenth Day, Dane County.
Next up is C.V. Vitolo Haddad, followed by Jury Mayo, and followed by Sambo Shur. C.V. Vitolo Haddad.
You got it.
Pardon? Oh, that was, okay, I'm sorry. Jury Mayo.
I spoke already.
Okay. Sambo Shur.
My name is Sambo Chun.
Chun, thank you.
Okay, so I'm really nervous about public speaking. That's my fear. But there's no greater fear. So I'm going to be probably emotional because I've been antsy because I've been thinking about my child's future. So this, if you want a face, this is my son. I tell him he can grow up to be anything, to do anything. But now, if tonight you decide that you're going to go ahead and put this bill into play, I have to tell him what he does, he has to be careful because he can get locked up. As a child, he can do something, be in juvenile detention, and after that, what happens? He can't find a job because he already has a record. Here's what I'm gonna tell you, my story. At 19 years old, me and my sister got into a confrontation like every other sibling. A police was in the neighborhood. Guess which neighborhood I live in where a police was just walking around? Nope, not Allied, but it was a low-income neighborhood, Wexford Ridge. She heard us fighting and decided to intervene. I was at my sister's house. My mom was there, my older sister was there. Instead of having them separate us and for me to go to my mom's house, who lived next door to my sister, she decided to arrest me. And you know what happens to a person who gets arrested at 19 years old? A woman of color? Every job I apply to, I don't get hired. Why? I meet the credentials. I work hard. I had my daughter at 18 years old. I worked 2 full-time jobs and a part-time job. As a store manager and as a salesperson, I paid my taxes. I did everything right. I had to go from the bottom to the top just to make it because of my criminal record. I applied at St. Mary's Hospital after I was working as a pharmacist assistant for UW for 6 years. Let me tell you what a pharmacist assistant does. Almost everything a pharmacist does, they just sign off on it. So I thought, okay, if I move and come back, I can apply anywhere else. I'm gonna go ahead and apply at St. Mary's. Guess what came up on my record? A disorderly conduct that happened between me and my sister. That was it. Do you know what that does to a person like me? I have to go and find jobs that won't even pay the bills. For people who live in subsidized housing, because the money that you guys can't put in, because you're using $225 million for a new jail and $5 million for subsidized, let me tell you what subsidized is for a family of 3. If you have an income of $40,000, you don't get to live in subsidized. You make too much. Let me tell you what gross is. Gross is $1,500 per paycheck. What am I gonna pay with gross? I don't bring home gross, I bring home net. And my net paycheck, just one paycheck, pay my partial rent of $1,200. My next check, guess what I'm gonna do? I don't get Badger Care, I don't get food stamp, I'm gonna pay insurance, and I'm gonna be paying for food on my family's table. So here in Madison, you're keeping everybody who's poor, poor. And everybody who's poor and has a record, what do you think they're gonna do to make sure their family survives? You already put them in juvenile detention. Now they're gonna have to go find their way to make money because nobody wants to hire them. I was gonna come up here because I had this whole thing written, but I am so saddened that my son will not even have a future. I have to tell him that his future might just be up all in a cage. Last week I was talking here, I was talking about how we were treated like animals, but even animals who are caged up aren't even sane. What do they do? You've seen it on TV shows, you've seen it on medias. After a while, those animals who were held captive, what do? They kill their captors. We're human. What do you think how we're gonna act being in jail, in prison? It's not fair. And I'm asking you, I come here respectively, I'm asking you, please do not do this. I am a victim of rape at 14 years old. One person, the number one person who would say jail would be a place for my perpetrator, but I'm up here saying that's not gonna change. They need help. And jailing them, then letting them go, they're gonna still do the same thing. Do you think that's gonna solve the problem? That's gonna solve the issue? If you guys really care for our kids' future, for victims like me, then please do not pass this bill.
Thank you. Next up is Rina Ron, followed by Saklin Kush, followed by Alex Shabazz. Rina, Ron. Rina? Is she here? No. Saklim Kush? No. Okay. Alex Shabazz. Wishing to speak in opposition.
Recording back online? Folks are saying that they can't see this. Y'all make sure that the recording is back online.
It should be online.
Thank you.
So my name is Alex Shabazz. I'm a resident of District 14. I don't see my alder here, unfortunately, but shout out to her. I was born and raised in Madison. I'm a long-term resident. I graduated from Memorial High School in 2010. I wear a couple of different hats in the community. One being the program coordinator of Neighborhood Organizing Institute. Another one being a small business owner. But the hat that I'm wearing today is one of somebody who has experienced Dane County Jail. The hat that I'm wearing today is one of someone who has experienced and deals with mental wellness challenges. So let me give you a little bit of background about myself and tell you a story. I came into adulthood having survived being homeless as a youth, but I continued to struggle with housing insecurity. In 2014, I found myself homeless again, and in a situation where I entered into a relationship of a sorts with a man to have somewhere to stay. I was doing sex work. The relationship became violent. A cycle of abuse was created where when my partner would drink heavily, I would have to defend myself or sleep in the hallway. One day in the dead of winter, I pulled a knife on my partner to scare him away from me until my ride came. Even though he was the attacker, he called the police to keep me from leaving. He told the police I had a knife, and the police arrested me and put me right upstairs in Dane County Jail. I explained that I was the victim numerous times, but the police did not seem to care. Every part of that experience being in Dane County Jail was dehumanizing. And when I left, I knew my mind was not right. I could not focus. I would hallucinate. My thoughts would run so quickly in my mind that it would immobilize me. I couldn't even move. I found that I was struggling to do things like read a book, sit in a meeting, write in my journal. Things that I had loved to do before, I struggled with after leaving the jail. My loved ones noticed an increased amount of aggression. I became increasingly violent. I had shifted from victim to perpetrator. I ended up going to jail 3 more times after that. Luckily, I was able to receive a referral from Freedom Inc. to Sankofa Behavioral Health, where I received treatment for my mental wellness challenges, some that existed before going to jail, and others that my psychiatrist is sure was exacerbated within the jail. Organizations like Operation Welcome Home, Freedom Inc., Sankofa Behavioral Health, YWCA Madison, and the Lucia Community Education Center invested in my wellness and my leadership development. I was able to build my capacity to be a great community member because of this investment. Now, these are small organizations with small budgets. So imagine what type of investment or how far an investment of $227 million could go. You have the power to make an even bigger investment in community wellness and leadership development instead of a jail. I urge you to vote against investing this money in a jail, to vote, you already voted to increase children's cells, but I urge you to invest in community wellness and leadership development for low-income communities of color, for survivors of violence. Invest in the community alternative proposal that Alder Wegler proposed. Invest in alternatives that will help the community, not things that we know make people more violent, not systems and institutions that we know exacerbate people's mental wellness challenges. I stand here before you, calmly able to talk to you because of that investment. So make a different choice this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Monica Danwer, followed by Mai Thao Yang, followed by Jean Mua.
Can you please stop and check and make sure that it's streaming? Because people need to be able to see this.
This,
People are messaging us and saying that
they
they're
can't,
not
they tried to go online and they can't see it.
They're messaging us.
Can we will check. They're working on it at City Channel.
Is there an alternate way to record these testimonies right now in the meeting?
So it'll be available afterwards, and they're working on getting it up and online right now.
Okay.
So next up is Monica Danwer, followed by Mai Thao Yang, followed by Jean Mua.
Correct your name.
I'm like so shook by what Alex just shared. Like, I don't even know if y'all understand the amount of courage that it takes to stand in front of folks that have made bad decisions and invested in breaking you down as a person to the point where you can't even focus enough to read a book. The courage that it takes to stand in the same room as folks like the sheriff and the DA that we have to fight against every fucking day, and still say that I'm still here and I'm begging you to make sure that not one more person has to deal with what I dealt with. It takes courage that I don't think any one of y'all will ever know. And I don't even know that courage. I'll be on some other type bullshit if that happened to me. So I wanted to acknowledge that first. And also say that I believe in human life. I value human life. I value and believe in the autonomy of survivors. I believe them. I believe Alex when Alex says what just happened to her. And I know that Alex was way more well-equipped when she went in than a lot of other people would have been. And look what y'all did to her. Look what y'all almost did to her. I also want to speak on the fact that folks don't even need to be struggling with mental wellness issues to end up in jail. Because a lot of folks have said, oh, we have alternatives, we're going to provide mental health care. Not everybody up in there has dealing with mental wellness issues, but they sure as hell will be when they get the fuck out of there. So I want you to think about that. What presents itself as mental wellness a lot of times is all these fucking thoughts racing in your head of how to survive the next fucking hour, the next minute, the next this, the next that. And y'all create that scarcity. Y'all create that scarcity with the stroke of your pens. As Sonia said earlier, you would like for us to be all playing this respectability game because y'all can maintain your respectability as you kill people. You can write and you can say, I this, and the eyes carry it, woody woody woo, let's go home. You don't even have to step out of your body to kill people, because that's what it does. What I believe in is investing in keeping families together. Where's your proposal for that? Where's your resolution for that? Keeping families together. What I believe is investing in people, supporting them before they end up in jail. Ain't that a fucking concept? Why the hell do you have to admit that you've done something wrong in y'all's eyes before you can get steady meals? Why? I want to know. Why? Celebrate survivors. Stop criminalizing them. If y'all would have been doing y'all jobs, Alex wouldn't have had to pull a knife to survive. That shouldn't be an option for anyone. Y'all talk about people making bad choices. Those choices shouldn't even be choices for them to make. And it's not in your lives. That's why you haven't ended up in county jail. In your lives, you don't have to make those choices. And you should thank God every day that you don't have to. But that doesn't mean that you should then turn around and lock up folks who don't even know. To be honest, most folks don't even know who's sitting here doing this to them. They're just trying to survive. Stop criminalizing people for trying to survive.
If you could wrap up.
And to everyone in here saying, the DA tried to say this, that, in our current situation, we need better solutions for folks. We need safety. We need better this, better that. Nigga, I know. It is queer, black, radical feminists who do the work of tearing down the system and making sure that while folks are surviving it, they have what the fuck they need. Right? It's radicals that do the work to keep folks' basic needs met. We the one come here and fight for fucking beds. We're the ones who come here and fight for nutritious meals. We're the ones who fight for sunlight and books. Don't tell me about what folks need to survive in there. We know. We're the ones who have to ask for it and beg for it before it happens. It was our foremothers, mine, the ones that look like me, who built the Underground Railroad at the same time as they was poisoning white folks so they wouldn't have the strength to rape that night. At the same time as they were stealing extra food so folks could eat and didn't have to fight over it on the damn plantation. So don't fucking tell me about, oh, we need safety this, we need safety that.
You're 5
And when y'all fuck us over yet again, because y'all coming with that energy tonight, just ready to follow y'all forefathers, I'm sure I'll still be here fighting for more phone calls, fighting for contact visits, fighting for folks' access to medication that will help them cope with the bullshit asshole that you put them in. I'll be the one doing that work, and the folks over here, y'all won't think about it until we come before you and ask you for it. So yeah, we're one and the same. Same ones trying to shut it down and the same ones making sure our folks are cared for while they're surviving it. So if you want to talk about alternatives, if you want to talk about how it changes folks' lives when they get resources, come talk to me about it. We got plenty of alternatives. Come talk to us about it. Or what I should say, the folks that we're going to vote in here after y'all vote to build this jail.
Thank you. Before I call the next person up, I want to ask if there's anybody in the room that needs the translation services that we had brought tonight. There isn't. Okay, thank you. Next up is Mai Thao Yang, followed by Jean Mao, followed by Selena Yang. Okay, sorry, if you could, you have 5 minutes, thank you.
My name is Maitha, and I'm a Youth Justice Coordinator at Freedom Inc. I'm here today because I'm concerned about this new jail that you all are voting about tonight. The idea of you all putting $225 million to this new jail is really unnecessary. Building this jail is not going to help my people and people of color. It's just going to lock up more people. Instead of investing money into jail, invest into grocery stores that are affordable to my people. I once lived at Northport, and there was actually no place for my mom to go and buy food because food was expensive. My mom will either have to wait until my dad gets home or else let us eat the leftover food from the day before or cook noodles. We need food to survive, to give this community a grocery store that is actually easy to access and affordable. I also saw that when I was living there, there was an actual police station in Northport, but I realized that where I was surrounded were mostly people of color, so of course there will be a cop. This area is a place that is not being invested in, and this is upsetting. This place is like this because there was no affordable stores, no place that represented Black, Brown, and Southeast Asian communities, but surrounded by police. Any policies that is anti-Blackness, we do not support. Again, any policy that is anti-Blackness, we do not support.
Thank you. Next up is Zan Mao, followed by Selena Yang.
Hi again, my name is pronounced Zhong Mo.
There's a lot that I want to talk about. I actually pulled out my notebook and jotted down things. So let's see where this goes. Yeah, so it's Pride Month. It marks the 50th year of the Stonewall Uprising, right? And really, we have to give thanks to Marsha P. Johnson and Sylvia Rivera, who really led the fight for trans and queer liberation. And when we say that, that actually means like no incarceration and no cops. And the reason why I'm bringing that up is because as a queer Southeast Asian woman who just turned 28 in April, I actually, a week right before I was gonna turn 28, I actually was having a really hard time and thought, can I actually make it to 28? Am I actually going to see 28? And I really did not think I was gonna see 28. And it's very sad, and the reason why I bring that up is because as a queer person, right, there's nothing in this world that supports me. And I thought about that, right? And for the first time, I said out loud, I hate being queer. Why do I hate being queer? Because every one of my loved ones that is queer and trans are dying. Right? And I think about myself in the spectrum of violence, where the spectrum of violence, right? Who's closest to death, whether that's social death or literal death. And I thought to myself, and I said, I'm on the spectrum, I'm somewhere on the spectrum, but I'm actually not as close to death. And then I thought about one of my really good friends who's a trans man who's feminine, and also was hospitalized earlier this year, and also didn't think that they were going to make it. And I said, damn. And then I thought about one of my great mentors, and how my great mentor is actually gender nonconforming, Black, and fat. All the things the world hates. I really wanted to celebrate Pride this year with joy and love, but how could I when the beginning of this month, Johanna, a 25-year-old trans woman seeking asylum, died in ICE custody. And then 2 Black trans women were found murdered in Dallas. China, 26 years old. Malaysia, 23 years old. Now, you all might be thinking, what does that have anything to do with this jail, with all of this? It has everything to do with it. Nobody cares about queer and trans people, but you all sure do when you all want to lock us up. Right, in 2018, 26 trans people suffered violent deaths in US. Majority of them, Black trans women. So far in 2019, 7 documented, okay, and the reason I say documented is because, again, people don't care about trans folks. 7 documented trans people were murdered, all Black trans women. So all this money that we're using, why are we not actually investing in those who need it the most? That's right. Go look at your little stats. You can go and pull up and see how much is actually invested nationally into queer and trans people. Now break that data down into race. How much of it is actually invested into queer and trans POC folks? Chicken shit. And this talk about, well, this jail, we're trying to lower the beds number, right? I don't care. You know why? Because you're investing $200 million into it, and you're eventually gonna be like, we invested so much money in it, we need to do something about it, right? We gotta make some money back. So we know what the plan is. So again, please, please, vote no. If you look across the nation, there's countless reports and articles about jails not working, and only further exacerbating the racial disparity around mass incarceration. So vote no and sign on to the Community Alternative Plan.
Thank you. Selena? And next up is Kevin McGettigan.
I'm taking Selena place because I got to take the elders home. So, my name is Savang Chaum. Every one of you here, we're all born with privilege of breath, of breathing, right? We have that privilege to breathe. But some of us, breathe in different ways. And I'm going to tell you why. I am a Cambodian American genocide and war survivor. My people sitting there, traumatized. I'm only seeing the eyes of my sisters and of my elders who sees death in horror, who see their brothers and sisters get chopped up in front of them. Who get shackled, who get strangled. They've been there. I hear stories, seeing death right in front of them, gunshot. That's the difference between mental health and generational trauma and historical trauma. All of you are sitting in the chair right now. You may face mental health, which is depression, anxiety. Depression and anxiety comes with when you lost your loved one, right? But hysterical trauma and generational traumas, it continues. It was very sad because I asked one of my elders, I was like, are you coming to the meeting? Are you going to tell your kids about your story? You know what she said? I don't want to tell my story. I don't want her to see and face and feel what I felt. But you know what I told her? Your child already carried that in her bodies, and it's going to carry to her child. That's the difference between mental health and generational traumas and hysterical traumas. I am here today as a Southeast Asian person. I'm going to stand up, not even standing next to, I'm going to stand in front of my blacks and brothers and sisters. Because you know why? They made ways for me to come here. I didn't want to come here. My people didn't want to come here. But the U.S. bombed our country, so we have nowhere to go. So I want to say thank you to my black brother and sister, the queer folks who made their way for us. You guys might not face what we're facing. And you know what? My people, the lady sitting over there, her son, has been in prison since they were 14, 15. And my other one, her husband, had a record that he never gonna go back because when he was in prison, they switched his file. And now he's not even that person. And he had to hold his record for the rest of his life. And when he died, his wife and his kids will not claim his life insurance. It's somebody else. Is that fair? This is what it means to be in the body of a black person and a brown person. And I want you to know that. So please, I ask you, if you have a heart that feels, an emotion that feels, vote no to this new jail. Because you know what? Heidi had a proposal, alternative proposal. Vote no. You know what? I want the audience to read what's on my shirt, please.
Thank you.
My time's not up yet.
Oh, is it?
Vote to end mass incarceration. Vote for immigrant rights. Vote for reproductive justice. Vote for racial justice. Vote to expand the right to vote. Vote for police accountability. Vote for LGBT rights. Vote for public education. Vote for disability rights. Vote to end solitary confinement. Vote for juvenile justice. Vote for the right to privacy. Vote to legalize marijuana. Vote for free speech. Vote to end mandatory minimums. Vote like your rights depend on it.
Thank you. Next up is Kevin McGettigan, followed by Una Mackesy Green.
Kevin, just one sec. I'm sorry, I'm really angry. I really wish that the live stream could actually document who and who was not looking Sabong in her eyes as she was sobbing on the podium. And y'all, some of y'all were not even looking up from your phones or whatever you were doing. So disrespectful. I know it's late, but you need to look someone in the eyes when they're talking to you. When they're here at 11:10, talking to you, pouring out their traumas to you. Disrespectful. And I wish that the stream could record everything that we're seeing.
Thanks, Sonia. So I'm not going to talk long at all, and I hope that you guys have, for me, it's been very awakening. I've had a lot of community members. I live on the south side. My wife and I were out walking the other day, and week after week, some of the good folks here that are trying to raise attention to this spoke with us. And we just felt like my wife couldn't make it, that it was important to come down. And I'm hearing a lot of good ideas about trying to get people out of jail and not putting money towards a new jail. And the community alternative plan sounds like a wise thing to do. I mean, I know people are talking about how facilities are bad and that. I mean, sure, if we live in a place, plumbing should be fixed or something, but more, I've worked with Sonia, I've worked with other people, I've worked at crisis units, I've worked at detox. I've been locked up briefly. I'm a long-term person in recovery. I know that there's people who are getting out of jail who should be getting shot so they don't go and turn right to heroin straight away or something because they're so upset just getting out of jail. And I know people who are dying. That's another kind of traumatization. And there's a lack of funding. I've worked with people for a lot of years. And so boy, if money could be poured into supporting people who are hurting, really hurting. You know, you think about King and talked about basic guaranteed income. It's terrible to be in poverty. I mean, thanks to our Governor Thompson and Bill Clinton putting together money to eliminate welfare, you know, people are really stomped on for not having money. And then they turn to anything just to survive. So, I should shut up. Everybody speaking knows a lot more about a lot of this than me. Please do not vote for this tonight. It seems like the wisest thing to do is to not vote for it. Kick it down the road, think more, help more people. Don't lock more people up.
Thank you. Next up is Una Mackesy Green, followed by Jessica Williams.
My name is Una. I grew up in Madison, and I want to start by thanking everybody who has spoken tonight against both jails. And I want to take a moment just to let their words and the weight of their words sit. I don't think there's anything more important that we could be doing tonight than listening and to being accountable to what people have shared. You have the data that shows that incarceration is not a solution. You have people, the people that you are supposed to represent, telling you that incarceration is not a solution. When I've heard arguments in support of the new jail, they've been entirely based around safety. That the conditions of one of the 3 jails are dangerous and inhumane. It sounds to me like most of the people in this room agree that these conditions are not acceptable. We need to get people out of that facility. Safety might be at the heart of this issue, but building a new jail is not how we get there. I say this to everyone making this vote, but particularly to Sheriff Mahoney and to Supervisor Rusk. When you imagine safety, if what you see is a new jail, something is wrong. When you imagine safety, if what you see is a new jail, something is deeply wrong. People have spoken to the fact that addressing the institutional racism of our criminal justice system must also include policing and sentencing. Yes. And that is also a part of the decision before you tonight. You are considering a proposal for a facility that keeps that entire racist system running. There is another proposal that you have an opportunity to support tonight, one that will invest in alternatives to incarceration, one that prioritizes people. When you all cast your vote tonight, you cannot pretend that you don't have a choice. You have an opportunity to take this momentum and pour it into work that will get people out of dangerous and inhumane jail facilities, not into new ones. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jessica Williams, followed by Jesse Ransom. Is Jessica here? Jesse Ransom?
Yep.
Okay, followed by Kathleen Chung. 5 minutes.
So I'm just kind of winging this. So I got kind of a unique perspective. So I worked for Dane County Detox for 6 years, and I saw a lot of mental illness, a lot of people struggling, a lot of really bad situations that could have been resolved. A lot of the guys just ended up going in jail every winter just to get out of the cold. But I got past that and I went into engineering. I actually built life supports for spaceships. It's kind of cool. But there was a part of my past that I don't talk about a whole lot. A lot of people don't know. I was actually in prison for 4 years. And engineering is one of the only fields that they don't really check about your background, or they don't care too much. But one of the things was I saw some of the stuff, some of the guys in prison, they aren't bad at all. Like, they're in there because they didn't have any other options. That's all it was. Like, they didn't have a choice but to sell drugs. What else were they gonna do? They'd get a job at McDonald's and try to make it? Like, you can't make it at McDonald's. Like, they had no options. They had nothing. And it was just such a sad situation. But one of the other things that I did see in the Dane County Jail, and it did come up in this meeting, so I'm gonna talk about it. They're talking about how they want the conditions to be better, and that is bullshit. When I was in a Dane County Jail, I was attacked and hit in the head. I was in a concussion for 3 days. No nurses checked on me, nothing, nada, not a single thing. I sat there, I couldn't walk, I couldn't eat, I could barely even talk. And they didn't even check on me, they didn't care. Like, they talk about, oh, this is for the people, for bettering them. No, you need to put that money into services and nurses and people to take care of other people. Like, we just had an issue about diabetics in there, I believe, or something. And it's just, if we care about the people, then there's other ways than just building another facility. Having a facility is not how you care about people. the people that care about people or how you care about people. I don't know. Sorry.
Our next speaker is Kathleen Chung, followed by Christina Fullerton. Kathleen? Okay, Christina Fullerton?
Good evening. My name is Christina Fullerton. I live in District 2. And like a lot of people before me, like everyone except for 2 speakers, I'm here to oppose the funding for the new jail. So I just want you to keep those numbers in mind, because I think you're hearing from the people, and there's an overwhelming majority of your constituents are against this project. We are in one of the most racist counties in one of the most racist states in this country. I know that you have heard this before. I know that you know this, but we have to keep repeating it. We have to keep repeating it until you realize how wrong racist inequality is, and until you realize that you, all of you in these seats, who got elected to represent this community and make this city better, make this county better, you have the power to end the problems that perpetuate racist injustice. And I don't understand why that's not a priority for you. I don't understand how you can see study after study that shows that incarceration perpetuates racist inequality and not be moved. I want you to ask yourselves that, because I don't understand how it doesn't matter to you that you live in a state, in a city, and in a county that is ranked so low in terms of equality. Why is that not a priority for you? I'm from Chihuahua, Mexico, but I have lived in a lot of places in the US as well. And I used to live in another very racist place, the Pacific Northwest. And there in Seattle, in King County, they saw that they had a growing problem of racial inequality. And do you know what they did? They didn't just keep approving new funding for jails. They said, oh my God, this is such a serious issue that we need to have a racial equity component to every proposal that we vote on from now on until the problem is solved. That's the kind of action that you can take. You don't have to just read the lists that say Wisconsin, the most racist state, Dane County, very unequal county. You can change that. You can make this a priority. And you can start tonight by not approving funding for a $227 million jail. To me, that's a no-brainer, especially when you have an alternative to vote on. So I didn't come prepared to speak. I just found out about this at 8 o'clock, and I'm really glad that I did. But I'm really disappointed that this wasn't more publicized, that you didn't reach out to your constituents more, and that you haven't made racial equity a priority. I hope that you will vote no tonight, and that you will think about everything you have heard today, and think about why it's not important to you, and why you're fine just letting things go on business as usual, and when your constituents are outraged and begging you to take action, you just sit here and act chummy with each other, disregarding what people are saying to you. I want you to think about that. And I want you to think about what Cassandra said about how when white environmentalists come and talk to you, you treat them differently and you let them sit next to you in your fancy blue chairs. But when you have lots of people from marginalized communities, especially Black Madisonians, and we know how poorly Black Madisonians are treated. You don't welcome them with open arms and say, oh my God, thank you for caring about democracy. Thank you for giving up your evening and your night to come talk to us. Have a seat. Here's the red carpet. Welcome. We want you to have a voice. I want you to think about why you don't do that, and I want you to change. I'm begging you to change. And if you don't care that you're living in one of the places that is ranked lowest for equality, then please step down and let somebody else have a turn.
Next up is Shisinfu Mao, Kajuavaj, and then Allison Belburn. Shisinfu. You have 5 minutes.
It's with love.
I apologize if I mispronounced your name. Could you let me know how it's pronounced?
My name is Shiseng Pengyu Mo. I go by Pengyu or Panyu in English phonics. The English language is not capable of all sounds, right? It's not supreme, okay? All right? Just like white people, not supreme. We gotta care about black people and people of color too. Okay. Oh yeah, I wanted to make mention that it seems like this institution and you all who are part of it care so much more about Robert's Rules and Order than all of our testimonials, which is just disgusting, honestly. Whether you're actively agreeing with this or being indifferent to the fact that you are participating in the upholding of order, this order and Robert's Rules over the injustice that we've demonstrated that exists all night. And then last week, when we did this too, the Personnel and Finance Committee immediately and unanimously supported the $227 million for this jail. And which is freaking ridiculous. And I hope that you all will spend some time discussing and think over all these great solutions that we've presented tonight. I'm asking as a resident of Dane County, like you served me, right? You took an oath to serve me. Do that. You're sitting here for 3 hours. Do your job. As we know, 5% population Black, 50% of the population in the jails, right? So to have any other interpretation of the situation as not racism would be wildly and incredibly incorrect. And you all have the power to address that, again, that you've vowed to do as public officials, all right? And to recognize, to do nothing and rectify this injustice, to be indifferent when the right choice is clear to answer this large institutional issue, and you work for an institution, right? So you can make the policy changes that you've learned about tonight and have been learning about. To be indifferent to the right choice is the same as is no different than being like the hooded Klansman, okay? Being an active racist. You're siding, right, with the oppressor, okay? You're part of the institution that's traumatizing people, messing up their lives, keeping them in poverty, murdering them. Incarceration is not a joke, and I am glad, I have not been incarcerated, but I'm glad that people who have spoke tonight, and I will say it now, that Heidi's recommendation about the having 5 voting members from the community and definitely having people directly impacted by incarceration they've demonstrated how important and how important that voice is to your decision-making process. Because I'm pretty sure y'all don't have any type of experience or exposure to anybody with incarceration experiences. So so even though I'm not black, I haven't been incarcerated, it's not rocket science to see how inhumane our society treats poor people, black people, people of color, queer people. And you all know this. And the person before me just talked about how all the stats show that. So please, make the right choice and invest in mental wellness, keeping families together, and allowing people to have dignity in our communities. I know you all are tired and want to go to relax, but you know who else is tired and wants to go relax? Incarcerated folks. But they can't, right? Purely because of the skin color, or the poverty they've inherited, or the way they present themselves, they can't go home and relax, right? But you all, after your 3 hours of service is up, can go home and relax. And I don't say it to chide you all, but I say it because I care about the people who are being oppressed and marginalized the most. So vote no, or at least take up the Heidi's recommendations about the community alternative plan and the 5 voting members who are actually directly impacted by incarceration or behavioral health experts. But you'll be on my good side if you just vote no.
Thank you. Next up is Kaju Abaj, followed by Allison Bell Byrne, followed by Yuban Khan.
Okay, I'm going to be quick. I just wanted to mention a few things. I think earlier there's one of our elders talked about why we needed more jail, or why we needed to improve the jails. And I think sometimes when a community hasn't had the vision to see that there's an alternative to incarceration, then we think it's true. We think incarceration is the key. I'm talking from a place of having family members who spent a lot of time in jail and in prison. The reason why I say that is we know what abolitionist looks like. What it looks like is when white people commit crimes, they get alternative solutions. So we already know what taking care of community looks like. When you get caught with drugs, you go to rehab. When you are having a mental wellness breakdown and waving a knife at a police officer, they talk you down and they take you for treatment. So I'm saying this to say that as a domestic violence sexual assault advocate for the last 20 years, that we know that domestic violence sexual assault does not only happen in our communities, it happens in all communities. But we also know who's locked up for those crimes. And so the reason why I bring this up is there's this false sense of safety about locking up evil and bad people. But the truth of the matter is the majority, if you're in a state that is 90% white and crime is committed proportionately to population, then that means more white people should be incarcerated, but that's not the fact here in Madison. And so I'm saying that to say that if crime is committed proportionately to population, there's a lot of bad people out here. And we all feel fine, right? Like the white community feels fine. And so I'm saying that I'm not trying to disrespect the elder over here, but I am saying there is a different way to envision what safety looks like in this community. And that is speaking from a place of doing advocacy with victims of domestic violence, sexual assault, genocide survivors, and understanding that there is a different alternative, because sometimes some of these people who commit crimes are our own family members, our neighbors, are people that you actually care about. And so I think that there's a different way to really envision what we can do here. The other thing I want to address is that I think that it's really easy to say, like, I'm not the police. I'm not the one arresting people. We're just deciding if we're going to increase money to fund for a jail. You are part of the system that is an injustice system. And so you don't get to go home and be like, I'm not the police who put them into the system. I'm not the DA. I'm not the lawyers. I'm not the one charging them. But you have a big impact right now. You're voting on $250-something million to put into this injustice system. And so I just want to put that into perspective. The last thing I want to say is, it is traumatizing. I don't know how many of you have ever been up here testifying. It is traumatizing and re-traumatizing yourself when you're telling these stories about your family and about yourself and how you survived. And so I know you all are tired, but I also know how hard it is for people to testify. And then the last thing is, I'm sure people are going to say there's a lot of people who support the jail, who email us, they're not here testifying. None of the people, especially the people of color that have testified tonight, we're not here because we're activists. We're here because it actually impacts our families. We're here because it actually impacts our lives. So we're not sending you letters. You know why? We're taking time to come out and speak to you because it actually impacts me. When I go home, my household is impacted on your vote. And so I don't want you to think like these are just a few people who are loud and who always come. No, actually, we are people who work for people. We are people who have connection with Cambodians, Hmong people, black poor people, queer people. So it isn't just like me wanting to come. It's almost midnight. I have kids. But I'm here because I think that it's important that you all hear that. So support Heidi's proposal and look for alternatives. Thank you.
I want to let folks know where the link is to watch online. The city cable got it corrected, and they can continue to watch at media.cityofmadison.com/watchonline/Dane County Board June 6th continued. So I'll say that again. media.cityofmadison.com/watchonline/Dane County Board June 6th continued. And I believe if you just went to that page where you normally go, you could just click on that link. So I just want to let people know that's back up. Next up is Allison Bell Byrne, followed by Yubin Kang. Is Allison here? No. Yubin Kang? Anybody else? Did anybody else, I know we still, did anybody else register that I didn't call their name? Okay, Mr. DA, had you completed your testimony, or were you? I think you had about a minute and a half left.
No, not today. Oh my God. Not today. You may as well sit back down. You had a minute and a half. Y'all were keeping time? Go back and sit down again.
So I will yield all my time if you play the video clip, because I'm asking all of you in this community to commit to a community justice center. I am asking all of you to commit to a community justice center. I have honored all of you. I have honored all of you. And if you would play that, then we could straighten out what I am asking all of you and all of us to commit to. But I've stood up here, I've been shouted down, I've been called a racist. I would ask that you play the clip so we can move on and everyone can be on the same page as to what I'm asking us to commit to.
Mr. DA, you've sent that to everyone. Everyone has it in their email, and they are able to watch that.
But the community does not have that. Those watching this do not have that.
We tried to plead with you for months to do the right thing. We don't want to hear it now.
Represent us, you don't support us.
We already told you what we need. We already told you what you need. We need
So,
you to go after those terrorists.
here's where we are.
We need you to go after those terrorists.
This community,
Over a young child's head.
Indict your racist ass murdering police officers. Do that for the community. That's right.
That's what we need from you. We don't need no damn video clip. We don't need no damn video clip.
are you going to play it?
I'm not going to play it, no.
We don't need no
So here's where we are. Here's where we are.
We need action.
This community, you know what? I will sit down as long as I get a chance to speak, and just so you can hear me. And then I will sit down. If you want to keep yelling, I'll stay here. That does not bother me.
Every day, you know.
Everyone deserves the right to have their testimony.
Everyone deserves to live and not be shot, killed, and not have bags put over their head. He needs to understand that.
And I agree with you. I actually agree with you. I actually agree with you. On most of your points, I actually agree with you. So what we have actually been able to do, you may not, miss. You may not be interested in what I have to say, but there are people that are. There are people that are watching that are interested as well. The reality is this community has been working to actually reform the criminal justice system. And since 2000, we have been actually able to drop our prison admissions close to 20%. And we continue to do that. Listen, we are trying. The commitments that you have made over these years, going on 10 years now, at least 8 this year since I have been in office, have actually started to move the needle. We are about to double the amount of referrals to the Community Restorative Court. It is still not countywide. There, you know what? Listen, I have respected you, and I will continue to respect you. I do. So, it seems like I'm actually the last one to speak, and you would be on to their discussion if you would stop talking over me. I am not lying to you. So, what I would like you to commit to, to putting in place the structures that we need to keep people out of jail, to actually get them out of jail sooner, keep them from being put in, and hopefully a better transition back into our community.
Time is over. Pretty jails are still traumatic.
I am not asking you to build a pretty jail. I am asking you to commit to a humane building, but building a community justice center around it. A community justice center around the jail will actually transform the criminal justice system within Dane County. We'll build a map for the state of Wisconsin to actually reform the criminal justice system. For us to become national leaders once more. All of you have received my attachment with the community justice center models on it and links to those. Red Hook is the first one on there. We have the ability to put that into works now. If we commit, it can be online as the jail is built. It can be online and fully functional within 5 years, and we will change the criminal justice system within this community and within this state and potentially within this nation. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to read the slips, the registrations before the county board, but that others have registered to speak. True Tao has registered in opposition. Laura Boutel registering in support. Brian Tischer registering in support. Amon Husley registering in support. Jody Vandermolen registering in opposition. Kaylin Foster registering in support. Michael Doden registering in support. Chris Johnson registering in support. Kurt Bachner registering in support. Brooke Gay registering in support. Kirk Hansen registering in support. Chris Bolt registering in support. Eric Anderson registering in support. Dick Loper registering in support. Rachel Neeson registering in opposition. Samantha Betcher registering in opposition. Joseph Buddha registering in opposition. Antonio Bua registering in opposition. John Cook registering in opposition. Leona Bergman registering in opposition. Brian Moshe registering in opposition. Eller Rourke registering in opposition. William Hutchison registering in opposition. Dane Richal registering in opposition. Evie Gildry Boyles registering in opposition. Alex Raylan registering in opposition. Becky Raylan registering in opposition. Harry Richardson registering in opposition. Barbara Smith registering in opposition. I think this says county board on it. Then Boy Yang registering in opposition. This is really, the handwriting is very difficult. C. Deld registering in opposition. This says county board registering in opposition. Randy Fay registering in opposition. Sareth Dye registering in opposition. Il Suik registering in opposition. Kimberly May registering in opposition. Charles Morris registering in opposition. Chong Moore registering in opposition. Shasia Bang registering in opposition. Eric Shong registering in opposition. Jordan Foley registering in opposition. Kong Peng Ching registering in opposition. Sarang Chom, and I apologize, I know I'm mispronouncing names. Nestle Lee registering in opposition. Ethan Soderberg registering in opposition. T.S. Banks registering in opposition. Elizabeth Bruo registering in opposition. Linda Burt registering in opposition. Sally Buffat registering in opposition. John McCracken registering in opposition. Justin Hellickson registering in opposition. Amanda Leopold registering in opposition. Lisa Yang registering in opposition. Pei Yang Moore registering in opposition. Destiny Bennett registering in opposition. Leslie Numbers registering in opposition. Garrett Lee registering in opposition. Garth Olmanson registering in opposition. Kaylee Heim registering in opposition. Chastity Clerk registering in opposition. Rain Lochner registering in opposition. Brenna Sky Clark, both registering in support and registering in opposition. There was a mistake. Okay, registering in opposition. Brandon registering in opposition. Connie Shaw registering in opposition. Julia Levine, registering in opposition. Jacob Drucker, registering in opposition. Emma Lister, registering in opposition. Jessie Bell Byrne, registering in opposition. Cynthia Lynn, registering in opposition. Shadra Kilfoy Flores, registering in opposition. Amelia Royko Maurer, registering in opposition. Catherine Cherrick Briggs, registering in opposition. Elizabeth Doyle, Supervisor-elect, registering in support. Kristen Audit, Supervisor-elect, registering in support. Ann DeGarmo, Supervisor-elect, registering in support. And Sandy Welander, registering in opposition. And Joa Jenkins, registering in opposition. And Caitlin Eunice, registering in opposition. We are now on to the point of discussion of Resolution 35, authorizing the jail consolidation project and the additional general obligation funds to finance the jail consolidation project. I apologize. Is there discussion on this resolution? Supervisor Baird.
Madam Chair, I rise to ask for a recess, please.
Okay, I think that's a good idea. Let's take a 10-minute recess. We'll be back in 10 minutes. Come back to order from recess. We are on Resolution 35. Is there discussion on Resolution 35? Supervisor McCarville.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to make a few comments and thank everybody for being here tonight, and I know it's been a long evening. And just to remind folks that we've spent many years on this topic and countless hours and many meetings to bring us to where we're at tonight. And what we're really doing here is we approved $75 million or thereabouts earlier in this past year to put the addition on the jail that we need to house people in a humane fashion and to address all the legal and humane concerns that exist up there. And tonight what we're doing is we need to increase that amount in order to be able to go forward due to construction and engineering issues that arose. So in that vein, I would encourage all of my fellow supervisors to vote to move forward with the jail and to approve the funding so that we can address the issues that we currently experience with threat to health and safety, and that will also address areas of concern for Dane County residents who we may be and would be subject to lawsuits in the event that something would happen and we don't address it. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor McCarville. Is there further discussion on this resolution? Supervisor Chavla.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, everyone who came here. Your testimony was moving. You're talking about real-world lived experiences, and we're living in a world that's only getting more difficult, and it's getting harder, and it's particularly getting harder for people of color. I know as a South Asian, as an Indian, I live in the privilege. I have a privileged position as a person of color, but that doesn't mean that I do not have solidarity with my fellow people of color. Whatever happens here on the ground might happen to my mom and dad in the sky, and that's why I wait until they get their plane departs before I leave the airport. We need to set an example here for good government. It's not good government when a report on jail options is sent to the press before it's released to the board and we read about it in the paper. It makes our work here feel devalued. We see the deterioration of norms at the state and federal level with lame duck sessions and blue slips. We must do better here in Dane County. We had an election, and all the colleagues who have been elected to the board deserve the opportunity to vote, and their constituents deserve the opportunity to be heard. We might not know the outcome of the vote, but the bar we are setting for ourselves is the process, and we cannot set a low bar for ourselves. I want to thank my colleague Supervisor Wegleitner for organizing a community meeting so the public could come and be heard. And I equally want to thank our Sheriff Mahoney for attending that meeting, even though he was alone in the room with his position. I realize the jail has the votes to pass, not my vote, but probably the overwhelming majority of my colleagues. This vote will not make racial disparities disappear. This vote will not make it easier to be brown or black in Dane County. We need to make sure this board is not another institution that is failing our communities like so many have done to our neighborhoods. Going forward, we have multiple resolutions that will set our path for criminal justice reform. I hope the sponsors of these resolutions can work to harmonize our values into an approach that works for all of our neighbors. There's good ideas in all these approaches, and I realize the harm that's been done on this floor is going to be hard to repair, but we are all needing to set our sights in the same direction. We need to expand electronic monitoring. We need to shorten the average length of stays. We need to divert people into treatment and treat mental health issues outside of a law enforcement context. We need a better process than this one, where the business of government seems sometimes finished when it's handed to the county board, and where our community dialogue is shouted across a room instead of settled at the same table. And we need everyone at this room and on this board to be at that table. Tonight, we'll be voting on constructing bricks and buildings. But over the next 5 years, we will determine how those facilities will be used. Policy is not crafted with cement and mortar. It is fluid and flexible and adapts to the changing times. I hope we pursue these decarceration alternatives with the same vigor and velocity that we are pursuing the South Tower Jail project. Our community needs our leadership, and we all need to work together to get a handle on the most urgent and pressing issues that face our communities and our neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Chavla. Is there further discussion on Resolution 35? Supervisor Weigleitner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you to everyone who came out tonight to speak and register their position on the jail. There were a lot of compelling statements, a lot of difficult testimonies, and I know people sacrifice being with their families, their friends, and maybe going to a concert or a dance tonight instead of coming here. So thank you for doing that, and thank you for being engaged with us. It's rare that we have a meeting that goes past midnight, but it's obvious why it is, because this is a really big deal. This is the biggest vote that any of us will take on the county board. And it's before us as quick as it could possibly be. So it's kind of amazing that many people actually found out about it, let alone, came here, stayed here, and delivered courageous comments. So thank you. We had a presenter, a national expert on pretrial justice, come to Dane County and meet with the Criminal Justice Council and meet different criminal justice stakeholders and present as part of a panel on Monday at the library. And some things she said, she's not super familiar with Dane County, and she said, you're telling me that things are going pretty well here, and maybe there's not a lot of low-hanging fruit anymore. And so she said, why am I here? Well, because maybe we're starting to deal with some of the more challenging issues as we look at criminal justice reform. And maybe because we also have still some of the worst racial disparities when it comes to our criminal justice system. So she didn't have a lot to say directly about Dane County. She talked a lot about what she does nationally and some of the common things. And she, made some observations that I think we should take into account. And maybe it's stuff we all know. We probably do know because we've been talking about this a lot. And that is that we're using the criminal justice system as the structure to deal with social, economic, and racial justice issues. Except we're exacerbating the problems. We're not investing in the solutions. And the reason the criminal justice system, the police, are the people responding to mental health crises and poverty and homelessness. And the reason that the jails are becoming the largest mental health provider facilities in this country is because we have overinvested in the police. And that's resulting and has resulted in the over-policing of low-income people, people of color. And that happens every day, every hour in this county. My low-income clients have to deal with the police patrolling their neighborhoods, as we heard about in testimony tonight. And there's constant confrontation. There's constant opportunity for someone to be arrested, to be provoked, to be brought here to jail. And what she also said is that jail has a criminogenic effect. And that's kind of a fancy word for saying it's more likely to make somebody cause another crime and wind up in jail again. Do you think we would spend $35 million, which is what this is going to cost to staff? Do you think we'd spend $35 million on any other program that we knew was going to fail? That's absurd. We can do so much better. We have people with lived experience, with passion, who've been knocking on doors, trying to get the community involved and tell their stories. We have county supervisors that care about human services and racial equity. We've already taken some important steps. We have a mental health study on the way. We're evaluating disparities in pretrial data. We're moving in the right direction. This project takes us the other way. You said, oh, maybe it's a smaller, safer jail. It's $225 million with interest. That is a reflection of our priorities. And it's not the only option. It's not the only option. Something else she said is we need to center the voices of those most impacted. How can we do that when we're passing this in 2 weeks? Thankfully, we heard a lot of voices tonight. We heard a lot of direct experiences from people who've experienced incarceration, had family members incarcerated. And overwhelmingly, they have told us what they think we should do tonight. And they said they would have our back if we charted a different course. She also said, we're participating in creating the system. When we continue to overinvest and create the conditions that necessitate a jail, as one of our eloquent speakers said, we are participating in this system. We're becoming locked into that system. So we need to reinvest, we need to redirect resources into things that we know work. And we know what works. We know people need housing and treatment. Sure, we cannot fund mental health services. We can't fund case management out of our capital budget. We all know that. We know that. But we got to prioritize it. We got to plan for it, just like we planned for this, just like we poured in hundreds of thousands and millions of dollars into planning for this. What if instead we were using our energy, we were hiring consultants, we were paying community organizers to tell us what the solution should be? What if we were centering those voices? This jail is going to last 50 to 100 years. It's really the jail for our children, our grandchildren, their children.
Our children. Not this
Yep,
kids.
not.
They just need this much more money. Our kids.
That's right. And the problem, I think, is that we do know what a jail does. We know that it separates a parent from their child. We know that it causes a worker to lose their job. We know which can result in them not being able to pay their rent, which can cause them to lose their housing. We know it causes a homeless person to lose their spot on the wait list for that housing. We know it can cause a disabled person to lose their SSI benefit if they're in there for 30 days, which is going to cause them to lose their Medicaid and their health insurance. We know this terrible snowball that happens and how harmful the experience of jail is. There are deplorable conditions in this building on the 6th and 7th floors. The plan before us tonight does not change that until February 2024. So if you think by voting for this tonight, you're helping people up there right now who are suffering, we're not. It's going to take almost 5 years before they're going to be moved into a different facility. So in the Community Alternative Plan resolution, there is a commitment to fund immediate health and safety needs up there. But really what we need to be doing, if we're ever going to get out of this cycle, is investing in housing and health care, community development. And we're going to need money to do that. We're going to need political support to do that. We're going to need organizing to do that. But that is the challenge before us.
Supervisor Wegleitner, you have 1 more minute.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So every agenda on the top, it says who's benefits, who's burdened, who does not have a voice at the table, and how can policymakers mitigate unintended consequences. If those words are to mean anything to us, I really ask that you think about them tonight. And please vote no. Please vote no on this jail proposal. I don't think you'll regret it. I think if you vote yes, you're going to have more sleepless nights.
Thank you, Supervisor Wegleitner. Is there further discussion on Resolution 35? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Peters. Aye. Peters, aye. Ratcliffe. Aye. Ratcliffe, aye. Rip. Aye. Rip, aye. Ritt. Aye. Ritt, aye. Rusk. Aye. Rusk, aye. Saloff. Aye. Saloff, aye. Shower. Shower, aye. Schwellenbach. Aye. Schwellenbach, aye. Stubbs. Stubbs, absent. Veldren. Aye. Veldren, aye. Wegleitner. No. Wegleitner, no. Young. Aye. Young, aye. Baird. Baird, aye. Bollig. Aye. Bollig, aye. Buckingham. Aye. Buckingham, aye. Chavla. Chavla, no. Chenoweth. Aye. Chenoweth, aye. Clausius. Aye. Clausius, aye. Danner. Aye. Danner, aye. Downing. Aye. Downing, aye. Eicher. Aye. Eicher, aye. Erickson. Aye. Erickson, aye. Jones. Jones, absent. Kiefer. Aye. Kiefer, aye. Kilmer. No. Kilmer, no. Knoll. No. Knoll, no. Krause. Aye. Krause, aye. Kuhn. Levin. Levin, aye. McCarville. Aye. McCarville, aye. Miles. Aye. Miles, aye. Nelson. Aye. Nelson, aye. Nguyen Hilfiger. Nguyen Hilfiger, absent. Corrigan.
Aye.
Corrigan, aye.
On Resolution 35, there are 26 yeses, 4 noes, and 3 absent, and Resolution 35 is approved. On such other business as the county board is authorized to conduct by law, we again have the towns who have adopted Chapter 10. Is there a motion to adjourn? Moved by Chenoweth, seconded by Miles. All those in favor say aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it, and we are adjourned.